a long shot play, a value play at plus 1,500 of Patrick Mahomes. If Mahomes can go out and win this game, lead Kansas City, not just cover, like this needs to be a win for Kansas City against Dallas. That will help his MVP case, and that will make, look, that price at 15-1 for MVP a little more enticing if you're looking to find a long-term value play for this year.
Yeah, because they'll have won, because they'll be in first place, because they're a game closer to the postseason. Like all things that are going to be important to getting him the MVP award in the end anyway. I don't think necessarily just because of a one-game performance against another high-octane team or really good, highly rated power rankings type club out of the NFC, right? I don't view it the same way I do necessarily, say, the Heisman Trophy or something where, oh, this is a showdown. Alabama's playing Georgia. If he plays well, he's got a better chance to win the Heisman. But to your point, it'll continue the seemingly stretch of him playing well, and it will get them one step closer to winning the AFC West. And that's a prerequisite, I would say, to him being the MVP this year probably. As far as the vote would go right now, I like Josh Allen and Dak as having separated themselves from the other names that you're mentioning. You know, what is the MVP really when we're talking about the award, which almost always goes to a quarterback? We talk about what would that team be without that guy, right? I understand that Patrick Mahomes is one of the greatest quarterbacks in football, has been for years, and is one of the great talents we've ever seen. But if you could separate that for just a second and look specifically at this year, he has at times been a problem for them, a detriment. Not big picture, right? I'm not taking it, but for drives, for quarters at a time. He's taken too many risks. You look at turnover-worthy plays. I bring this stat up from time to time. I love this stat that PFF calculates. Basically, how many plays did you not protect the football and it could have been a turnover? You threw a ball that a corner could have picked off or DB could have grabbed, or you were careless with a fumble that you either got lost or it didn't, but it could have been a lost fumble. There are 4 guys in the league tied for the most turnover-worthy plays this year with 15. Patrick Mahomes is one. The others are Sam Darnold, who's not going to be a starter, Taylor Heineke, who's a backup, it seems like, who's playing and starting right now for Washington, and Trevor Lawrence, who's a rookie who's turning the ball over too much. And Patrick Mahomes. Like, that's not a group you want to be in. So I can't know that and then also pretend like this guy's an MVP. Are the numbers going to be great? Of course. It's Andy Reid's offense. You got unbelievable weapons. He's going to throw 45 to 47 touchdowns. Chet Henne would throw 34. This is a great offense. But he has done too much bad with all of the good, in my opinion, to be neck and neck with some of these other guys right now. The Cowboys did win a game without Dak, which is a little bit of a blow to my overall argument of overall value. I thought that was a little bit of a flukesy situation against Minnesota, and over a long stretch, as we saw last year, they'd be in shambles without him. He has been great for the most part. Doesn't have as much on his plate, right? That needs to be said. I mean, they can run the ball. Kansas City doesn't really do that nearly as frequently. They don't have the two-back situation that Dallas does, and there is a lot more throwing the football in that offense. The guy I'd come back to in the end, though, is Allen. I like Josh Allen from Buffalo. If they can go on a run here, he seals up the...
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. The following is an exclusive presentation of Pirate Radio, the voice of the pirate nation.
Purple and gold, they are not just colors. They represent a nation of people from all walks of life coming together as one, who are loyal to the code of what it means to be a pirate. A nation of pirates who have a chip on their shoulder, that show grit and determination in times of adversity and showing a burning loyalty to their crew. Purple and gold are our colors, colors that brand us as pirates. Just as the colors were raised by the pirates that sailed our coast before us, it's our time to do the same, to signal a rallying cry to all pirates. No retreat, no surrender, no quarter. We are the pirates of ECU.
Pirate fans, get ready. It's time to talk ECU football on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Brought to you by Bud Light. The Pirate Radio sports teams will get you ready with a game-winning strategy, live reports from the stadium, a breakdown of all the X's and O's, and all the scores and previews of other games around the country. Let's get ready. It's time for Pirate football on the voice of the Pirate Nation. Now live from the Pirate Radio studios, the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate is on the air.
All right, good morning, Pirate fans. Welcome in to the Week 11 edition of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. It's 4 hours of pregame coverage taking you up to the 3:30 kickoff. East Carolina taking on the Navy Midshipmen. We are packed and a lot to get to on today's program. In hour number one, Troy D will be alongside. We'll hear comments from ECU head football coach Mike Houston, and also check in with my co-host on the U.S. Sailor fifth quarter call-in show, Billy Weaver. In hour number two, we'll look at today's slate of games. The big man on campus, Jeff Nadeau, he'll join us to break down East Carolina Navy and other games going on today in college football. We'll hear from Greenville native J.H. Rose grad, and now the director of football operations at Navy, Brian Blick. Also, the voice goes one-on-one with East Carolina defensive coordinator Donnie Kirkpatrick. We'll also hear from Pirate players Tyler Sneed, DJ Ford, and Owen Daffer. Later on in today's show, we'll have live check-ins in Annapolis, Maryland with Brian Bailey from WNCT Channel 9, Stephen Igo from Hoist the Colors, and the voice, Jeff Charles, live from Annapolis. Also, defensive coordinator Blake Harrell give his comments on how to defend the option. Brian North will join us. We got our Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard, and we got barbecue sandwiches, chicken sandwiches, and more from Parker's Barbecue. So we are ready to roll here on a Saturday, and we'll pop the top on the Week 11 edition of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate next.
In sports, if you think joy only happens after you win, think again. Look at the world's most successful athletes like Serena Williams, Brooks Koepka, and Alex Morgan. They don't spend all their days grinding away. They take time to enjoy themselves, like getting together with friends over a Michelob Ultra, because they know that happiness is the key to winning, and that joy is the whole game, not just the end game. Michelob Ultra. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbs. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Enjoy responsibly. AB Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
At US Cellular, we can help everyone stay connected for less. And less also means more, as in more choice. Right now, you choose any phone and we make it free. Plus, get unlimited data for $30 a month with 4 lines. US Cellular, America's locally grown wireless. Terms apply. See uscellular.com for details.
This is Brandon Tate, owner and operator of Atlantic Wireless, an authorized agent for US Cellular since 1997. Visit atlanticwireless.com to find the store near you. We go beyond the call.
They say time heals all wounds. Unless it's your home air conditioner. If your AC looks bad or sounds even worse, time is not on your side. But there is hope. Delcor is looking for the oldest working home AC system in Eastern North Carolina. The winner will get a brand new trade unit valued at over $5,000. Go to DelcorInc.com by December 15th to submit your entry. Brought to you by Delcor, the service professionals, and Train. It's hard to stop a train.
Hey Pirate Nation, this is Tom Brown from Brown & Wood Cadillac. We've been serving the Pirate Nation in Eastern North Carolina for 83 years. We have 4 brands, 3 generations, 2 showrooms, and 1 goal to make sure you leave a happy customer.
This month at Brown & Wood, get a 2021 Cadillac CT5 for 0.9% for 72 months, plus $500 off. And as always, Brown & Wood is the home of the lifetime powertrain warranty.
We're located on Greenville Boulevard next to the Convention Center, or shop us online at brownandwoodauto.com.
Great food, great atmosphere, and great service is Ottavola Market Cafe. Ottavola is simply a restaurant that focuses on that, being a great restaurant. There's something for everyone at Ottavola. The menu offers a variety of great choices like pastas, pizzas, sandwiches, soups, salads, and seasonal rotating selections. Lunch or dinner, Ottavola is always the right call. Call ahead and get Ottavola to go, or stop by the bar for a drink with friends. It's simple. Come and eat at Ottavola Market Cafe, Red Banks Road next to Food Lion, and OttavolaMarket.com. Ottavola, Pirates supporting Pirates.
This is Xavier Smith, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of Pirate Nation.
You're You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back for the latest breaking news, interesting stories, and awesome contests that can make you a winner. Be sure to follow Pirate Radio on our social media on Facebook and Twitter. You can also follow us on Instagram at PR927FM. Join the over 50,000 followers today at PR927FM. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here is your host, Clint Brock.
Alrighty, welcome in to the Week 11 edition of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. It's East Carolina and Navy. Shirley Rhodes, Chandler Honeycutt producing today. How we doing, Studio B?
What's up? What's going on?
Good to be here. Glad to be here. Happy you're here. Troy D is alongside for the ride in hour number 1 of our show today. Hello, Troy.
Great to be with you guys. Hello. Usually I'm doing a tailgate report. I am not on location, so I thought it'd be fun to hang out with you guys, start the show, do a tailgate in the studio with y'all today.
Yeah, my favorite delivery boy, Troy D, has dropped off some awesome Parker's Barbecue.
I got to give a big shout out to my buddies at Parker's Barbecue. Of course, 3 locations to serve you. What a great day for Parker's with the cooler temperatures right now, man. This is like but sunny skies. If this isn't a chicken and barbecue day in Greenville, North Carolina, I don't know what is. But yeah, man, we got hooked up. I had so much stuff I had to bring with me because I couldn't remember it all. We had barbecue sandwiches, slaw, chicken sandwiches, hush puppies, corn sticks, gallon of sweet tea, cookies, brownies. And by the way, you may not think desserts when I talk Parker's Barbecue.
I don't.
Have you seen this brownie?
Size of your face.
Oh my God, this looks delicious. I've never had a brownie from Parker's before. This will be my first time.
You always remember your first.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, you think of them hush puppies, slaw, Brunswick stew. Do you think brownies at Parker's?
I do not.
This could be, I always say don't sleep on the shrimp burger from Parker's, but I might, after I try this, don't sleep on their brownie.
That cookie back there is massive.
Yeah, cookies. I was trying to debate which go brownie or cookie. So
I went both.
Well, I went brownie first, and then I'm going to go cookie second.
Yeah, let's be honest.
I got to pace myself, Clip.
The brownie is phenomenal.
Also, I got to ask you, what are you doing with that bucket of barbecue sauce over there? Is that just your personal
do you want
use?
some?
Well, no,
Yeah.
I mean...
I didn't know if you wanted... You
kind of got it hidden over in the corner of the table. And
I was kind of, what do they used to call it in the back of the day, bogarting the barbecue sauce a little
just
bit.
Wondering what's
I
going on
just
with
brought
that.
it in here, but I guess I could put it in the middle. I didn't want to create a whole mess.
Yeah, okay.
And I am breaking my rule that says no food in the studio. But, I'm like, well, it's game day. You guys were eating up a storm the other night on the watch.
This is the first time I've ever had food in the studio.
I know. Usually I don't. I'm not a big fan of the food in the studio, but
Yeah, I've never done it before. All right, Troy, glad you're alongside.
Yeah, I'm a little worried about this game today. This team, Navy, we've played quite a few times. I'm a little concerned.
8.
You got to go back 10 years since the last time ECU's beaten Navy.
That's right.
I didn't, really until looking into it this week, I thought it was maybe more than one time. Pirates have only beaten Navy one time in history.
Yeah, and we might run some of it
good.
back. Dominique Davis joined us this week, the only quarterback to defeat Navy. In that game, he went 26 of 26 in the first half. And East Carolina still only was able to win by a few points that day in Annapolis. So it's been a house of horrors, Troy D.
Yeah, but I do like I like Navy's a little bit down. Although look, these college games, who's tuned up the right time, the right day, anything can happen.
Yeah.
But I think East Carolina is bringing some momentum into this game.
What are you wearing? ECU versus Navy. Oh, no.
Chandler.
That is not the shirt you want to have on
It's
right
a purple
now.
tie-dye.
But the date...
Is that a Tailgate Classics classic?
The date is 2010, and East Carolina only gave up 76 points to Navy that day.
That was
It's motivation, baby.
Okay, all right.
It's motivation.
You got to remember where you were to know where you're going.
That's right.
I think the JROTC or the ROTC was passing these out that day, but I was in Dowdy Ficklin that day for that beatdown. But it's motivating me to pull the Pirates through.
Troy, I hope the Pirates don't have the attitude I have going into this game.
What is your attitude?
And even this show.
I'm a little worried about your attitude because I feel good right now. I have a positive attitude.
No, my attitude is mission accomplished.
Oh, right. In some ways, I am worried about this is a perfect trap letdown game, if you want to label it that, and that's what we'll be talking about in the fifth quarter if there's a letdown. That this was coming. Everybody feels like the Pirates have already been there. And as I said earlier this week in PRL, Pirates could still finish the season 6-6 if we're not careful. and lose the bowl game. And have a losing season. And then I think you go into the year next season with a 3-game losing streak. That's a worst case scenario.
Yeah.
Now let's run the best case scenario. Take care of business at Navy. You got a chance for an 8-win season at home, shock a nationally ranked team the day after Thanksgiving, and go into the bowl game with a lot of momentum and create a lot of exposure for the program.
Yeah, I'm just I have that feeling of, all right, we did what we wanted to do this year. And now this is a stress-free show, and I hope the players are more locked in than I am for this game after getting that 6th win, which was huge for this team.
Yeah, it is. I looked at the weather, and I'm a big, how do we play in the weather type of guy. I don't think we're always a great cold weather team. 45 degrees currently in Annapolis, going to be 48 at kickoff, but clear sunny skies. So it should be decent, So if you throw on a long sleeve under your jersey, should be good to go.
Throw a hoodie on.
Yeah.
All right. So, Troy, when East Carolina was on win number 5 looking for 6, you asked Mike Houston a question about 6 wins.
Yeah, I kind of asked if it was, I thought it would be motivating to get to 6, and I probably should have rephrased it knowing what he was going to say, but I felt like everybody was talking about it. That coaches were talking about it, but I did ask him if they were using that as motivation as they were heading into Memphis.
And he gave you a quick, short answer. No. Not about that. Nothing.
No way.
0. No. Yeah. Then the following press conference, after getting the 6th win, you asked him a question about getting to 6 wins, year 3. What does it mean? He gave you a long, thoughtful answer.
Yes. Probably better timing is everything clip, and the timing was probably better.
Let's hear that one. Mike Houston 3, as Troy D asked what it means for him to get the program to 6 wins in year 3. Here's what Mike Houston had to say.
Well, I think just, it's you knew what you're getting into to a degree, and you made some goals there when you started on this thing, and it's been a tough 2 years. I mean, the first 2 years were, even having been through similar situations before, it was very difficult. Now, I am grateful for the assistant coaches that have been on this journey with us. I'm grateful for these kids. The ones that are in the program now have done everything we could ask of them, and they're the reason for the turnaround. And it's so it was a special day Saturday, but the more special thing is just, they've already turned their attention forward to this next game because they just kind of adapted that kind of mentality, and that's winning culture. And just the way they conduct themselves. I know we're going to have a good practice today. I know we'll go up there and fight on Saturday. We'll see if we're good enough, but we're going to go fight. It's very rewarding because you start this with a plan and a vision, and you kind of map out how you want to do things, and to see it culminating in becoming a program that is a legitimate contender, and that's what we wanted to build here. Now, we're not done yet. We're not finished yet. This is not the finished product. We still have in my opinion, we still have a ceiling that's much higher than what we're playing right now. But we're doing some really positive things on the field, and it's, again, this Saturday is going to be a great barometer. I mean, this is going to be a huge challenge for our team this Saturday. So if we can figure out some way to go up there and pull it off, I think it would be a significant win for us.
All right, there is Mike Houston talking about what he has accomplished, what the team has accomplished, and also they're not done. They got to go get more. But Troy, he kind of took it from, and you asked it, from getting here day one, when things were kind of at their lowest of the low, and trying to get them out of that rut. And kudos to this staff, to this group of players who have been here for a while now trying to accomplish this, which is why, again, I feel almost like mission accomplished instead of we have 2 regular season games left.
Yeah, and I understand that because, let's be honest, Mike Houston inherited a train wreck here. It was an absolute dumpster fire. Add your own adjective, whatever you want to call it. It was a hot mess, what he took over. And it's not easy to turn around a football program. And I'll never forget, I've said this multiple times. He said, give me 3 years. It takes 3 years to get this thing, before you even judge me at all. Look, let's wait till we get to year 3. This is year 3 for Mike Houston, and he is turning this thing around. And they are. It is first thing they had to do was change the culture, change the work habits, change the schedule. They kind of revamped everything, almost like starting the program from scratch.
Taught the players how to practice.
Yeah, literally, that's how bad it had gotten that. we've talked to Coach Rick Smith about this. They stopped tackling in practice. I mean, they had to re-teach, and the players had to relearn almost everything. They had to bring in new players too. So I give Mike Houston and the staff all the credit, man. They have turned this thing around. Now the question is, how far can they keep turning it? I do agree with you. Getting to postseason is step one, mission accomplished for right now. But now they've got bigger sights, bigger goals, bigger dreams, bigger aspirations. Can they keep moving it forward? I think a win on the road against Navy is another step in that right direction.
Definitely.
And guaranteeing you a winning season. I think there's a lot to play for today. I do see the point of view that, finally we haven't made it, but we've turned this thing around. But now, hey, let's turn it around more. Let's keep striving to do better. And I think they're going to. I do think they're going to, and I think Mike Houston's got a great plan, and I think the future's very bright right now for East Carolina this season.
Let's hear what Mike Houston had to say about these Navy midshipmen. Cut 2, Shirley, as the Pirates take on Navy 3:30 this afternoon.
Well, I think the things that stand out to me are, I think defensively they are probably better than what we faced last year. I think they're similar defensively to what we faced 2 years ago up there, and I'm just comparing that to what I see them doing to other people versus what they did to us 2 years ago up there. And they may be better overall defensively than that group. I think 54 is, one of the better defenders in our league, if not, he may be the player of the year in our league defensively. So, very strong right there. I think they've improved drastically since the beginning of the year. So, they're not a 2-win football team. I mean, anybody, I'm sure the common layperson that doesn't watch any film or study anything or really look at anything, they can have an opinion there. But anybody that has any common sense and looks at the film knows what this is, and this is a good football team.
All right, Mike Houston there. This is a team that East Carolina defended pretty well last year in year one of Blake Harrell. And now this defense has improved against normal offenses. What does that mean against Navy? Probably not much, but played them pretty well last year, Troy D, defensively. And I have no reason to believe they're not going to do the same today.
I agree. I think the defense did what they needed to do last year to win the game. It was the offense that couldn't get it done. And you might remember that was when Holton Ahlers had the false positive, didn't get a chance to play that game. I still stand by if Holton plays that game. I think ECU probably steamrolls Navy last year, but that wasn't the way it was to play out. So I do think, with a full roster this year, Holton starting, obviously he's starting to peak at the right time. The defense has been looking great this season. I think they can manage this today and not overthink it. I think sometimes that happens too. They get psyched out. They over pursue Navy and then they cut back on you. I think if they just play their game, settle down, and don't overthink it, we'll be fine.
Early starts, good starts, always important, especially against a team like Navy. You don't want to fall behind. Mike Houston was asked about that. How important is it to get off to a good start? This is Cut 10.
Yeah, I mean, that's against a team like that, that's critical, because if they get out to a lead and they can hold on to the ball and limit your possessions, it puts you in a tough spot. So if you can get a lead and continue to drive the ball well and get in the end zone, then that's where you can have some success. And so it's going to be a challenge, but that's how effective we can be, especially early in the ball game offensively, will be important.
All right, and looking at a potential milestone today, as East Carolina has not had a 1,000-yard rusher since Ventavious Cooper all the way back in 2013, but Keaton Mitchell is knocking on that door. I believe needs 17 yards to get 1,000 for the year. Let's see, Keaton Mitchell right now is sitting at 983 yards on the season rushing. Rajay Harris is over 500. He's going to end the year at around 800 yards rushing. So this rushing attack has been great, Troy D. And Keaton Mitchell trying to be the first since Coop.
Yeah, and I think obviously you're going to see that today. You're going to see a lot of those guys today. And, Mike Houston and these guys like to control the clock, and they do like the running game a lot. And this is a defense that they're going to want to eat up a lot of clock with and keep your defense off the field, keep their offense off the field. So I think you're going to see a time of possession game here. Navy, you already know what you're going to get with them. I think you're going to see a similar type of deal with East Carolina today. I think you're going to, and it could end up being, it depends. Keaton Mitchell, every time he touches the ball, he's a chance to score, though. So we say time of possession. You can't tell the guy to slow down running. I mean, he's so fast, they may put up points quicker than they even planned. But at the end of the day, you got to score anyway.
This offense has improved over the year, where early in the season it seemed like the only scores they were getting were on Mitchell 80-yard runs. CJ had a long one. They were hitting big plays. Here of late, they have been going on long, time-consuming drives. Last week, and this is a new segment I like to call Troy Bothers Tom McClellan. Send Tom a text, Troy, and ask him, was last year the most time East Carolina's ever had the football in a game? 43-17 time of possession is
you mean the time?
It's crazy.
Is that the longest time of possession?
Yeah,
that's a good question.
And I'm looking at it to see if he.
Well, I think we ran 100 plays too, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
You've got to go back to the Lincoln Riley days of when he was offensive coordinator here. Last time ECU hit 100 plays, I believe, was when we played Carolina here with the 70-point game.
I know that
was the last time I remember we hit about 100 plays on that game. I don't know if we've done it since then.
Yeah, so the Pirates dominated the stat sheet, and luckily enough, got out of there with a win against Memphis last week.
Of course, that was Lincoln's style, and I remember talking to him. That was his goal every game. We want to run 100 or more plays
fast
every game. Yeah, they run 70 plays. He was upset.
Right, and now we just haven't seen much of that this year, but it was on display last week against the Memphis Tigers. Here we go. Time of possession, 42-47. Most since 2012 against Houston, 44-08.
Tom is so good. If I had sent him that text, he would have said, "Did you not see my tweet from last week?"
Troy, the 102 plays against Memphis, most since 2016, 102 versus UCF.
Okay. Well, and what year was the UCF game?
2016.
2016. Okay. So,
And the Pirates have averaged 228 yards on the ground the last 3 games. Just a few numbers on the UBE stat sheet.
You're telling me that Tony Peterson's offense ran 102 plays?
That is exactly what I'm telling you.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know what?
It's a good Tony Peterson line.
He's in Illinois now, right?
Yep.
I believe.
Him and Chase Hayden?
Isn't he the offensive coordinator?
And as Robert points out, saw this week, Troy, did you know they're doing an in-season Hard Knocks?
No, for NFL?
Yeah, the Colts.
No, I didn't. HBO is?
Yeah, and
I had no idea.
I haven't watched it.
I've heard nothing about this.
Well,
I didn't know until earlier this week.
Do they even promote it?
I sure haven't seen a lot of it. I got to be honest with you.
Okay, I know nothing about this.
But as Robert points out, if you
I do have HBO. I'll have to look it out.
You go to the 9:40 mark.
Oh boy, I saw something about if you haven't eaten lunch, I quit reading. I saw his comment. I was like, I'm eating lunch, so I'm not going to read whatever he's posting.
If you're wondering what Scotty Moe is up to, you can check out the Colts Hard Knocks. He is the running backs coach.
Do you think he even makes the Hard Knocks stuff?
Yeah, that's the point.
Oh,
He's in
okay.
It.
Oh,
that's why he brought it up.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah. Robert says it's on YouTube. I'm good.
Oh, YouTube.
I got other things to do.
I'm sorry. I'm good on Hard Knocks.
You're good on Scotty Montgomery.
Yeah. I'll tell you what is good.
What's that?
Oh my God! During while Coach Houston was talking, I tried first. I did a taste test of this brownie from Parker's clip. First of all, it's a brownie that's more like a piece of cake. Let's be honest.
It is.
And I'm eating it. I'm eating it with a spoon. It's like so big. This is maybe one of the best brownies I've ever had.
That's a good bunch brownie.
This brownie can compete. It's competitive.
It's physical in my mouth.
It also looks like it could put you out for about an hour.
My God!
If you eat the whole thing.
I'm afraid. I don't know if I could eat this whole thing.
Yeah.
And if I did eat this whole thing, I don't know if I could go cookie next.
No, I was about to say because the cookie is ridiculous.
Yeah, the cookie may be a take-home deal. The brownie maybe only eat half of it, or I'm going to be in big trouble. It is that good. Now, if you want to take a nap, if you're having trouble sleeping, this is the lunch for you right here.
Right.
This is a power nap after this thing.
That's a great closer right before nap, that brownie right there. All right, let's get a break in. We'll come back. We will have more for you on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Billy Weaver will join us at around 12:15. We've got more to go in hour number 1 as we get you set for East Carolina and Navy. We're back with you after this.
Well, the secret is out. CD's Grill has the best breakfast in Greenville. Start your day with a made-to-order breakfast Monday through Saturday at CD's Grill. Plus, you can enjoy lunch Monday through Friday. And their lunch specials are always a huge hit. Monday, it's barbecue chicken. Tuesday, pork tenderloin and gravy. Wednesday, chicken and pastry. Thursday, barbecue pork chops. And Friday, it's spaghetti. CD's Grill on Fire Tower Road in Winterville, near Evans Street. Stop by CD's Grill for the best country cooking around.
This is a public notice, only Discount Mattress and Furniture, 1501 Evans Street in Greenville. Every single item must be sold at pennies on the dollar, up to 75% off mattresses, furniture, wall to wall. Only Discount Mattress and Furniture, all wood chest, $99. Computer desk, $99. Nightstands, $49. Dinette sets, table and 4 chairs, $199. Chairs, end tables, coffee tables, $20. Hurry, when it's gone, it's gone. Winning is not everything, it's the only thing.
UBE and PirateWear.com is excited to offer Pirate Nation the largest selection of new ECU merchandise and tailgate supplies ever. UBE has the best prices in town, so that makes UBE your one-stop shop for all things ECU. UBE does daily restocks of Champion, Adidas, and Under Armour. Don't forget to bring your young Pirates in to plunder the Crow's Nest, which is the only kids store dedicated to ECU. Plenty of free parking uptown in Greenville. Visit them at PirateWear.com. Go Pirates!
Hello, this is Talbot Green with Angel Oak Home Loans. Now's the time to take advantage of the opportunity to buy more home or refinance your current mortgage at historically low rates. The combination of our local team's experience and Angel Oak's wide offerings of products from standard conventional, government, and portfolio loans has something for most financial situations. For more information, call Talbot Green, Joanne Weir, or Wanda Hager at 751-2060.
NMLS 1719250, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey Pirate Nation, this is Holt Nailers, and I couldn't do my job without my offensive line keeping me safe. Make sure your employees are safe by using ArcPoint Labs for your medical testing needs. From pre-employment testing to COVID test, ArcPoint Labs is there to serve Eastern North Carolina with accurate, reliable, confidential testing. Schedule an appointment at any of their 6 Eastern North Carolina locations or visiting them online at arcpointlabs.com. Go Pirates!
Hello, Pirate Nation. This is Jamie Cuccinella, inviting you and your family to come by Cuccinella's Pizzeria and Italian Ice. Cuccinella's has been serving our special family recipe New York-style pizza since 1932. We think you'll taste the difference in just one bite. When you come in for a pie, don't forget to try our house-made Italian ice or gelato. We make small batches every day from scratch with all fresh ingredients. Cuccinella's on Old Tar Road across from Plant and Sea, Cuccinellas.com, and on Facebook and Instagram.
This is Mike Houston, head football coach at East Carolina University, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, there are quite a few games kicking off in just a moment. Number 1, Georgia will host Charleston Southern. It'll be a top 25 matchup. Number 7, Michigan State on the road at number 4, Ohio State. Number 10, Wake Forest is on the road taking on Clemson. Number 13, Oklahoma will host Iowa State. And number 16, Texas A&M will host Prairie View A&M. And Tennessee State is on the road to take on number 25, Mississippi State. All of those are noon kickoffs. And that is a look at your scoreboard brought to you by the Buccaneer Music Hall. It's your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates in Eastern North Carolina. They are open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night, and now during football season, they have food trucks during the day. Follow the Buck on Facebook and Instagram for an updated schedule, and we'll see you at the Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
Alrighty, and another score for you. How about East Carolina 73, Old Dominion 60? Nice Pirate Hoops win last night. A very satisfying win because it was chippy. There was some talk going on at one point. One of the guards for Old Dominion put the ball in Tristan Newton's chest, a little taunting, and all Tristan Newton did was take over down the stretch, and East Carolina gets the win. Brandon Johnson, Tristan Newton, big games, 18 for Newton, 16 for the freshman Johnson, and the Pirates win it at Myrtle Beach. And up next, I've wanted this matchup for a while, Troy. I like to play the in-state schools. When has East Carolina played Davidson in basketball? It doesn't seem to happen very often at all.
I remember playing them, but it's been a while. Just because I remember the whole Terry Holland connection, but I don't think this is the first time we've played them, is it?
It's not a matchup that happens a lot.
Yeah.
So
maybe so. I thought we've played them before.
Excited to see them coming up. That's Sunday at 6 o'clock. The Pirates will play their final game in Myrtle Beach.
4-1 on the season, off to a great start, and almost took Oklahoma down to the wire. In case you missed that.
And ODU will be traveling to Minges in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, you might want to come out for that one. Because again, it was chippy last night, and these two teams already don't like each other, and to have to play right after they just played, that might be a good one to bring Tony to.
Yeah, that would be a good one, and they ODU might bring some fans too.
Yeah, it'll be a good atmosphere.
Hours.
It's the Brian Bailey Brawl.
The Brian Bailey Brawl. We'll talk to him about that.
By the way, good looking hoodie you got on today, Clip. I want to compliment you on your gear. You kind of got the Bill Belichick look a little bit. It's the hoodie without sleeves.
Put the hoodie on.
He's got a sleeveless hoodie on. It's kind of cool.
If I'd have cut it off myself, it would be the Belichick.
This is a professional cutoff hoodie.
Yeah,
I like that. I don't even have one of those.
Yeah. What does that mean?
No, I'm saying usually I got cool gear like that, and I don't even have any cool gear like that.
Huh.
You got something I don't have. I'm just giving you a compliment.
That's crazy.
I don't even have one of those.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Troy D doesn't.
Go ahead and take it off and let me have it.
Yep, that is now mine.
I'm going to have to commandeer this. I'm sorry.
Now I have
for the good of the station, Clip.
We come back from the next break and you're wearing it, and he's wearing your Salt Life shirt.
This says Still Life, buddy.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
It looks like Salt Life.
I don't even have one of those.
Yeah,
I don't have one of those.
Yeah, we printed. In fact, these are new hoodies that we did with University Sportswear for the Still Life crew.
Cool.
So,
neat story.
Yeah.
Cool, neat story.
All right.
Not Salt Life.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
Still Life. Some kind of life.
By the way,
cool, neat story.
Our score is presented by Dubuck.
Dubuck.
Thank you.
I might make a visit to the Buck tonight.
No, you're not.
No, I'm
anytime
serious.
you say I might, you don't do something.
In fact, Chandler and I went not too long ago.
Yeah, and you didn't say I might go to the Buck.
Well, I wasn't on the pregame with you that day.
Are you going to the Buck?
I said I might make an appearance tonight.
So are you going or not?
It's 60-40. I'm leaning 60% yes, 40% no.
By the
Let's see
way,
how the day goes.
What's at the Buck? We got music tonight?
Yeah, McKell is at the Buck. For real. How about that?
Well, that's
live music every night.
That's a draw.
Exactly. No, McKell Buck's cool.
Yeah.
I mean, friend of the station. Nice, great guy. Great music.
Former contestant on The Voice.
Yeah. So I'm actually, I'd like to probably go see him.
Buck at the Buck.
And listen.
Hey, Clip, by the way, I had a great time with you Thursday night for our watch-along.
I had a great time with you, Chandler.
Thank you.
That's the way to follow the script.
I love it.
It was a lot of fun. We should do it again sometime.
Y'all look so handsome, too. I don't know if I couldn't stop watching because of what you were saying or what you were wearing.
Apparently, and Lily did not tell me this to my face, but my wife said that she was not a fan of our wardrobe.
Oh, I think it was fantastic. I think it brought viewers in.
Sure.
And I got to tell you, I did not know Clip Brock had the guns like he has.
Oh, he does.
You revealed those things? I was like, damn, is Clip working out?
Got to conceal the
weapons. That dude is beef.
Yeah.
No, like for real.
Country strong.
Yeah.
Big country.
I'm looking at you now in a t-shirt. I'm like, I don't know. But then you took, when you exposed them, I'm like, wow, who knew those things were hiding out there?
You should see what else I'm hiding. All right, moving on quickly. East Carolina and Navy, 3:30 today.
You should start doing all programs shirtless.
I'll just keep getting
y'all can do that.
Y'all can do that.
Shirley, you want to join in? Yep. We'll really bounce up the viewership.
I've got a feeling that's going to just be me solo if that's the case. All right, let's get back to business. Dominique Davis joined us earlier this week. Wanted to rehash the conversation with him and rehash the memories from East Carolina's only win against Navy. It happened in 2011. Dominique told a pretty good story this week when he was on the show about how he found out he was 26 of 26 and had broken a record by Aaron Rodgers and T. Martin, and then what happened after that. So, Shirley, let's hear that from earlier this week. Dominique Davis joining us on Pirate Radio Live. It happens to be Navy week, and East Carolina has one win in school history against Navy, and that was when you broke a record in college football. In 2011, the consecutive completions record, breaking the record of national champion T. Martin at Tennessee and Aaron Rodgers, of course, who is still playing in the NFL today. You went into halftime of that game against Navy 26 of 26. And I remember we asked you about this at the time after the game, Dominique, but take us back there. Like, when you're completing that many passes in a row, are you aware that a ball has not hit the ground yet when you're in that kind of zone?
Man, I did not know until a reporter walked up to me while we were walking in the locker room at halftime, and she told me I just broke a record. And I was like, record for what? She was like, you just completed 26 passes in a row. I was like, whoa. And that's when it hit me. I was like, oh shit, I'm in the zone. This is what being in the zone feels like. And then we come out the next half, and the very first play, I throw an incompletion.
Of course. It's like a no-hitter in baseball. You're not supposed to talk about it, right, Dominique?
Yep, exactly.
But you ended up, you go 36 when you go the 10 completions the previous game and 26 against Navy, and had that 36 number there. Dominique, I guess you can speak to it. It's tough to beat these midshipmen. We know what they do offensively, but man, you got to make your opportunities count when you play a team like Navy. East Carolina's a favorite in the game this week, so maybe we can finally get back in the win column, but it's still crazy to me. You're the only quarterback that's been able to beat Navy at ECU.
Man, it's wild because the year before my junior year, Navy basically killed us.
Yeah.
So going into that next season, going into camp, it was like week 1, the first week of camp, and we don't play Navy until like week 9, and we're already preparing for Navy. Already preparing for Navy just because the stuff they do on offense is wild. It's so simple, but they run it so well, and they chop block and do all that good stuff. So, yeah, man, it was wild. But yeah, I mean, as an offense, you basically gotta put up points every possession because the way Navy runs their offense, they're gonna shoot down the clock, and they're not gonna make mistakes, and they did a great job of getting in the end zone whenever they could, especially in those years when they was, a top ranked team in the nation. So, yeah, man, hopefully we can make it even. Now, 1 and 2 in the past three times we played.
Yeah, 1 and 7 overall, Dominique. So we need to get another one in the win column this Saturday.
We're 1 and 7 overall.
Yep.
Okay, well, we got to change that around. We're gonna make it 2 and 7.
All right, that's the goal today. Get to 2 and 7 in this series against the Navy midshipmen. Great to hear from Dominique Davis earlier this week on Pirate Radio Live.
Yeah, I hadn't heard from him in ages.
We hadn't had him on Pirate Radio since he left East Carolina.
I know. I was thinking about that. I was like, why haven't we talked to him sooner?
Yeah, and he's been playing. He's still playing, and he said he has not been back to a game. He came back for a spring game one year, but he's not looking forward to retiring as a football player, but he said he is looking forward to being able to get back here.
Yeah.
During the season.
Well, I'm hoping a lot of guys can come back for that Friday afternoon game for Cincinnati because it is a holiday weekend. I saw Harold Varner's like renting an RV. He's coming back. Yeah. Harold Varner's coming back so much. We're like, oh, Harold's back again.
Yeah.
No, it's awesome to have him back. But I'm going to talk to Big Ed Watkins, see if he can make the trip.
He's got some free time.
Yeah. So it's just a matter of the holiday plans, but I love having the guys back. Who was I? Got some former Pirates going to stop by the tailgate, so we'll see who we can get. We'll see what turkeys we can get cooked up for you, Clip.
Hey, you got Thanksgiving coming up a little bit and
next week.
Have some turkeys at the tailgate. That'll be fun.
Tell you what, I've gone three-fourths deep on this brownie.
How much you got on that cookie?
I think I can finish this brownie probably within the hour.
Okay.
I didn't think I was going to do it. This is unbelievable. The Parker's Barbecue Brownie. Don't sleep on it.
Last bite.
Yeah, Shirley's already
Did you?
eaten
Oh,
hers
wow, that's-
without a lot of fanfare.
I'm not lying, Shirley, am I?
Mo, it's really, really good.
Yeah. I got the power rankings. The brownie's better than the cookie.
Shirley might be napping during hour 2 of the Bud Light pregame tailgate. We'll see. All right, we got to take a break. When we come back, the Weave.
Leave it to Weaver.
U.S. Sailor, 5th quarter call-in show co-host with myself, will join us to talk Pirates and midshipmen.
Is he live on lot?
It could be. See, we tried to sell us a car while he's on with us today.
GMC's just arriving.
All right, we'll talk to Weave. We'll wrap up hour 1 of the Bud Light pregame tailgate, a fast-moving hour 1. We're back with you after this.
Hey Pirates, this is Holt Nailers. A big part of my success on the field is what I eat at home. To keep my body filled up, I order meals off a Clean Eats meal plan. I choose the meals I want from 6 different meals offered each week, and I pick them up on Sunday or Monday at the cafe on Red Banks Road. Each meal is packed with the perfect mix of healthy proteins, carbs, and veggies to keep my engine running at full speed. Go to cleaneats.com, click on meal plans, or stop by the cafe and get all the info. Clean Eats and the Pirates, a winning combination.
In studio with Gloria from Kinetic Physical Therapy. Gloria, what is cryotherapy?
Cryotherapy is when your body is exposed to extremely cold but therapeutic temperatures for several minutes. It has many benefits, including decreased pain, decreased inflammation, increased energy, and improved overall wellness. That's why at Kinetic Physical Therapy and Wellness, we offer a wide variety of services, including cryotherapy. So whether you're an athlete or whether you just want to give your health a boost, cryotherapy will help to ensure that you're feeling great and living well. So come chill with us and you'll be back for more.
Have you been waiting to try CBD? ENS Hemp on Fire Tower Road in Greenville is the area leader in CBD. We want to educate you on how our products work with your endocannabinoid system. These products are all natural and non-addictive. ENS offers a variety of products to meet your needs. Tinctures, edibles, topicals, and even smokable items. Customer feedback indicates relief from stress, anxiety, fatigue, pain, and PTSD, just to name a few. ENS Hemp is located on Fire Tower Road. Also, check us out on our Instagram and Facebook pages.
I'm Michael Vaughn with East Coast Grading and Utilities. Many of you know my dad, David Vaughn, and his work in putting in subdivisions all over Pirate Nation. But East Coast Grading and Utilities is not just for those type of big jobs. We're here for the homeowners. Whether it's concrete, driveways, hauling rock, or sand, whatever you need, East Coast Grading and Utilities can get the job done. Call us at 252-531-7494 or check us out on Facebook at East Coast Grading and Utilities.
Hello, this is Michael McGraw from Orthopedics East and Sports Medicine Center of Greenville. We offer a variety of services including arthroscopic surgery, sports medicine, carpal tunnel and general orthopedics, fracture care, total joint replacement, physical therapy, and on-site MRIs. For experienced professional medical care, visit our office on W.H. Smith Boulevard in Greenville and online at orthoeast.com. Orthopedics East providing services to ECU and Pitt County Athletics for over 35 years. Go Pirates!
Come pop a top this ECU football season at Jarvis Street Bottle Shop. Jarvis Street Bottle Shop is a specialty shop selling craft, domestic, and import brews, along with wine and growlers. Hosting a tailgate? Stop by the shop and grab a keg for your party or event. The Bottle Shop offers monthly beer and wine tastings featuring rotating NC craft breweries, along with live music and discounts. Stop by the shop Tuesday through Sunday or check them out on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook.
This is Big John Williams, strength and conditioning coach for East Carolina football, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light pregame tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Watch all of Pirate Radio's local programming on YouTube Live. Go to YouTube and search for Pirate Radio TV and subscribe today. Watch Pirate Radio Live Monday through Friday from 3 until 6 p.m. And, of course, the Bud Light pregame tailgate and the U.S. Cellular 5th quarter on game days. Just go to YouTube, search Pirate Radio TV, and click on the subscribe button. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Brock.
All right, the Nooners have kicked off. We're watching Ohio State and Michigan State. Some saying Ohio State might be the only team that has a shot to beat Georgia in that vaunted defense this year. They are scoreless in Columbus. Michigan State, Ohio State, 13 minutes left to go in the first quarter. We'll keep you up to date on everything going on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard presented by Da Buck. Da Buck. All right.
Buck.
Thanks, Jim. Let's head out to Clip Rock Troy D here, the Fixed NC Live line, and talk to my co-host on the U.S. Sailor fifth quarter call-in show. He'll be with us after the game. Coming up later on this evening as Billy Weaver joins us now. Weave, how you doing, man?
Doing good, but I have to chime in with the buck.
There he is.
We did get a viewer complaint on that last week. I saw someone comment in the thread, could you have Weaver stop doing the buck thing? But it was only one complaint, Weave, so until we get 10, we won't respond.
Okay, but why? Did they say why?
No, I didn't get a reason. I guess...
well, too bad.
Yeah.
Do they know what it's from? That's from Saturday Night Live. That's old Chris Farley when he used to do the Bears.
Yeah.
You should like that there.
I do. Well, that's the whole buck thing is based on the Bears anyway.
Right.
Yeah.
So, I mean, tell them to deal with it. I said deal with it.
We have. Management says you can keep doing it.
This has been explaining our bits.
You got my back, Troy?
I got your back, Weave.
Serious?
Hey, Weave, where are you calling us from? Where are you at right now?
I'm at home right now.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you were on the lot. I was going to...
Live on the lot.
No, I'm at home.
Okay.
I've been on the lot all week.
We've got a big weekend coming up in a couple weeks. In what, another week or two?
Actually, what is it? 3 weeks from now?
Okay, yeah. I hadn't RSVP'd yet, but I do plan to be there.
Well, we hadn't heard from you.
I know, I'm coming. I'm not good with RSVP, so I'm telling you I'm going to be there.
Oh, no, that's not true. What is the true part of it is that you're a BBD guy. You know what that is?
Bell Biv DeVoe?
No, bigger, better deal. For the next 3 weeks,
yeah.
It's up, and it's a bigger, better deal, so that he doesn't want to commit early.
Well, I know someone bigger getting married on that weekend, and better than the Weave. Lucky for you, I don't know a lot of people getting married in early December, Weave.
No, I'm not talking about just marriages. I mean, if it's a night out on the town.
Oh yeah,
well, yeah. Sure. Troy is a big maybe guy. He did it earlier in the show. Said he might go to the Buck tonight.
I might, yeah.
Or there could be a bigger, better deal out there,
right,
for him to end up somewhere else,
like my couch.
You're exactly right, Weave.
Yeah, no, I am coming. Weave, I will be there, Weave.
Well, just so you know, Billy, I am coming. Whether or not I'm not a BBD person, I am going to be there.
Well, then that's all that matters, Shirley Rose.
No, I'm not going to argue with you that I wouldn't be. That sometimes there couldn't be a bigger, better deal than your wedding, but I'm still going to commit to you because you're a friend of mine.
Wow,
and that's what friends do.
I feel honored,
and that means if I'm missing out on something else, I'll take one for the team to attend Weaver's wedding.
Wow.
And a chance to eat and drink on Weave? Are you kidding me?
or you'll just bring her with you, right?
Who?
Wow.
I think I missed it.
I missed it, too.
I think there was something there, but I missed it.
I don't know what he's talking about.
No, you said if you found a bigger, better deal, you would. And I said, or you would bring her with you.
East Carolina Navy, 3:30 today. Weave the Pirates 1-7 all time against the Midshipmen. East Carolina. First of all, Billy, coming off that 6th win against Memphis, and I'm just curious. I feel all the players, coaches are saying the right thing, but got to be tough. This is a tough week for Mike Houston and the coaches to get these guys locked back in for another football game after they did the cigars, the celebrations, the backflips, all of that last week in Memphis.
Yeah, that's the thing is you gotta play. You gotta kind of have what Ruffin McNeil used to say, the 24-hour rule, and hopefully that was the case with East Carolina. Like you said, they're saying all the right things. You just hope there's not a hangover against Navy. The good thing is that they've been talking about this Navy game all year, and teams that don't play against that triple option on a regular basis have to do that. You got to sprinkle it in the preseason. You got to find during an off week some time to sprinkle it in a little bit. Good thing is Mike Houston knows this offense very well. Obviously, he ran it at Lenore Ryan and he ran it at the Citadel. And Blake Harrell has been successful against that triple option because they know exactly what to expect. Now, with all that being said, it's up to the players now to put all that practice into process and put that practice into game day on the field, because, practicing against the triple option against your own team as opposed to playing against a team that runs it every day, all day, and they run it to perfection is going to be a different story. So it's going to be interesting to see how East Carolina responds today.
I've talked to coaches in the offseason, and I've asked them about the psychology of this, and they said it's real, that sometimes it will happen where teams look ahead to the next week. And, and I just wonder, I don't know where ECU's head is. I hope that's not the case. But is there a chance that they could be looking ahead towards Cincinnati? You got a national TV game live out of Greenville, 3:30 ABC next Friday. They're going to come in as a top 5 team, assuming they win today. Is there a chance that East Carolina, if they have a letdown, that could be part of it?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we're all human. And you got to think about it this way too. These football players, when they're not on the practice field or they're not in film sessions, they're in classrooms or they're on campus. They're talking to their friends. And look, these college kids, they could care less about Navy. These college kids are thinking, they're watching ESPN, and they're not seeing Navy on ESPN each week. They're not, ESPN and all these national sports talk shows and stuff are not talking about Navy. They're talking about Cincinnati. This team is undefeated. They could be kind of the spoiler. Are they going to get in? All this. So of course, friends of all these players, they're not talking about Navy this week. They're saying, hey, yeah, man, I can't wait to get to that game when y'all take on Cincinnati. Y'all going to get them, blah, blah, blah. So it is a real thing. It really is. And it's only human nature. Now, it's up to the coaches on the staff to drill it in these players' heads. Look, we got to take this thing one game at a time. And if the players if they buy into the process of winning, it won't be a problem. But if they let themselves think, overlook Navy, think they're a little bit too good, let those cigars go to their head, yeah, I mean, it could jump up and bite them today. Hopefully that's not the case, but, you just never know where you are with 18 to 21-year-old young men and where their heads are. So it'll be interesting to see how they come out, because I think we'll know early in this game where ECU's heads are.
Billy Weaver joining us today. You'll hear from him later on the U.S. Sailor fifth quarter call-in show, and you picked a good year to join us on the fifth quarter. We've had some dark days. We've had some rough ones this year, but with close losses, not blowout losses. But we got to feel a celebratory edition last week. Everybody was happy, smiling. There were even talks of tears from callers on the phone last week. So that was a fun one to be a part of.
Yeah, it was, and that's the thing is ECU fans are passionate fans, and we've seen that this year and every year. Just some of the same fans that were calling for heads to roll the very next week when they win are saying, this is the best thing I've ever seen. So it's just that is what it is. But ECU fans are passionate, and that's good, and they want a winning product, and the players want a winning product on the field, and that's always nice after a win, and it seems like the post-game shows are a lot shorter after wins, because, Clip, you remember last week, there were people that had called in and really didn't have any comments other than to say, hey, I just wanted to call in and say I'm happy our Pirates won and don't really have anything to complain about, so go Pirates.
Yeah, some people have a plan when they call in, that they have their take ready to roll. Some people just freestyle it, Troy, as you know.
Yeah. And
one guy called in and got on, and he was like, hey, guys, I don't really have much to complain about today. Go Pirates. Usually, I guess it's like by nature, he calls in, he's got his list of stuff to complain about. Last week, everything was good. Everything was fine. So.
That's it, and those are fun shows to do, too.
Absolutely.
And we need to do more of those shows, because we've had our fill of the other ones.
That is correct. Well, what's your, you got any prediction, thought, score for this one?
Well, I think it's going to be a close game, because you had mentioned, East Carolina has been in a lot of close games this year, and so has Navy. Navy's been in a bunch of close games, and they played Cincinnati tight and SMU. They've been in some very close games, and their record is not really indicative of the type of team that they are. I mean, we've seen Navy, and they're just tough to handle. It's going to be a close game, and it's going to be a possession game. And I think it's very interesting that in a year that Navy's offense, their offensive production as far as scoring, is considerably down over the last couple of years, but their time of possession is up, which means, they're not scoring as much, but they are still producing these long, sustained, just grinded out drives, which is very interesting because ECU is coming off one of those games where you just don't see a lot, where they possess the ball for 41 minutes. I mean, that's just crazy. The long, sustained drives that East Carolina had last week at Memphis. If we see that today out of both of these teams, first of all, it's going to be a pretty quick game because there's going to be a lot of running in this ball game. But then that will tend to lead to a closer scoring game. I think what ECU needs to do today is maybe once or twice hit a home run with Keaton Mitchell, or maybe a long pass play or something, and kind of get a quick score here and there, and then sprinkle in those long drives. And I think that's going to be the key for ECU's offense today to win this ball game. I think they do need to control the clock as much as they can, because obviously that keeps Navy's offense off the field, because they can do what they do. They have the ability for those long, sustained drives. But if ECU can get a couple home run hits, maybe a big long run by Keaton Mitchell, like I said, that would be great offensively for the Pirates today.
And I think you're right about what you're saying about Navy scoring. They haven't exactly, set the world on fire with their offense this year. Their scores this year have been 7 points, 3, 20, 34, 24, 17, 20, 20, and then 6. So if they keep it in that range, it won't take a ton for East Carolina to be able to, put more points on the board than them.
Oh, yeah, and the Navy, you're used to seeing Navy score over 30 points a game because of the and I mean, we've seen Navy put up a ton of numbers offensively against East Carolina in the past. We don't even want to talk about some of the numbers they've put up offensively, not just big, offensive numbers as far as yards and plays and all that, but points. I mean, they've been able to score a lot. But yeah, East Carolina, if they can get, I tell you what, Clip, like I said last week, I think 30 might be the magic number again today. If East Carolina can hit that 30-point mark, I think they go out of there with a win today.
Yeah, it was the magic number last week. Why not again this week? We've enjoyed the chat, man. We'll see you after the game on the U.S. Cellular fifth quarter call-in show. Looking forward to it.
All right, man. We'll see you. Hopefully we're talking about another Pirate victory. And, man, how big would that be going into that Cincinnati game? Now, it's okay for us to look ahead just as long as the players don't.
There you go.
Yeah. If we beat Navy, I'm going to go ahead and say it. We're going to beat Cincinnati.
Hey, you know what?
If we beat Navy and we've got this win streak coming back home, we're going to beat Cincinnati, and it'll be a storm the field situation. Mark my word, you heard it here first. Troy D said so.
Well, look, you know what? Clip and I, a few games back when East Carolina got on this little winning streak, and people were calling in happy and say, hey, bring on Cincinnati. We're going to beat Cincinnati. He and I kind of looked at each other and said, whoa, pump the brakes a little bit. But now, I agree with you. I don't know if it's going to happen, but I agree that if they go on and win against Navy today going into that final game, man, it sets up good for East Carolina to pull off an upset.
I definitely scoffed at people, but since then, Cincinnati has really come back down to earth, and East Carolina has gotten better and better and better. So they're getting closer to evening out, I think.
And that's been a characteristic of these Mike Houston teams. As the season's gone on, the team has gotten better in the second half of the season. You saw it last year, and really the year before, too. I think they peak at the right time, where under Scotty Montgomery, it seemed like the teams were always getting worse as the year went on. That was what was so frustrating. Instead of getting better, the team was regressing. That hasn't been the case since Mike Houston showed up.
Yeah, you want to peak in October and November for sure, and East Carolina's definitely been able to do that.
We will see you later on today.
All right, man, we'll see you.
Billy Weaver will join us as he does each and every week on the U.S. Sailor fifth quarter call-in show. Weave, once again, has that magic number at 30. Pirates get to 30. They can win today's game. Troy D, you like the Pirates to win today, too,
I do. Right? I had a feeling the other day that they'll win. I kind of agree with you. I think this will be a little bit closer. It's just my feeling that...
Every game is close. We went from blowout city.
Yeah. Well, there was
in years past. Other than App State and our blowout win against Tulane.
Correct. That wasn't
Everything
close.
has been close this year. Every game has been a game in the fourth
But
quarter.
I like East Carolina today. I think they can take care of business and really have a lot to play for coming up next week for Thanksgiving week. Be huge.
All right, Troy. Thanks for hanging out.
Is it over?
Hour one. In the
Oh,
books.
this was fun.
Yeah. I mean,
don't
free
wanna
to stick
stay.
around. Jeff Nadeau joins us next.
By the way, thanks to Parker's too. Parker's Barbecue, man. What a great spread today for all of us. And good news is we got leftovers, guys.
Yes, we do. I have not gotten
Apologize
to the,
for over ordering.
I hadn't gotten to the chicken yet. I went
Oh, okay.
barbecue, so there's still more to
Put
go.
the sauce back there for you.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Put the sauce back there.
And save a brownie for me, too. I know I've
will.
seen everybody in here starting to...
They're good, man. You better jump on them.
Yeah, I better get it while I can.
Yeah.
All right, we'll take a time out, come back. Hour 2 of the Bud Light pregame tailgate on the way. We'll hear the Navy perspective from Greenville native Brian Blick. He's the Director of Football Operations with the Navy Midshipmen. That's coming up. We'll hear Jeff Charles and Donnie Kirkpatrick. We'll hear from Pirate players. And the big man on campus, Jeff Nadeau, joins us when we return on the Bud Light pregame tailgate after this. Football is back at Familia. Enjoy Familia's Sunday brunch featuring shrimp and grits, made-to-order omelets, French toast, and more. Feed the family with Familia's pizza special of buy one, get the second one half off every Sunday. Whiskey drinkers, be sure to make your reservation now for Familia's whiskey tasting this month. That includes 5 whiskey samples and 5 small plates for $50. Familia, Fire Tower Road near Pitt Community College, and FamiliaNC.com.
Blue 42! Blue 42!
Unlike football, life doesn't take a timeout, and anything can happen at any time. Unfortunately, anything isn't always a good thing. You need auto and life coverage, and agents. There for you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You need North Carolina Farm Bureau insurance. Timeout? Not even in our vocabulary.
Pirate fans, call Carlton Venters or Brandon Manning at 756-3007.
North Carolina Farm Bureau Mutual Insurance Company. Farm Bureau Insurance of North Carolina, Inc. Southern Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company, Jackson, Mississippi. An independent licensee of the Blue Cross and Blue Shield Association.
Ahoy, mateys! It's Captain Jack Spare of R&R Tire Express. We're here to serve our pirate community by offering easy payments for easy ownership. For you landlubbers, R&R will install a new set of tires for just $20. $50 installs new custom wheels and tires. To learn more about R&R, stop by 3920 US 264 or rnrtires.com.
Be sure to check out David Price Construction for all of your commercial or custom residential renovation and building needs. Run by ECU alumni, David Price Construction specializes in commercial projects, maintenance on facilities, and large-scale residential renovations and additions. Proud to be voted the Remodeler of the Year by the Home Builders Association of Raleigh-Wake County in 2018 and Best Business Commercial Remodel Project winner for 2020. David Price Construction, the proud ECU Home Services partner.
Eastern North Carolina's choice for window tinting, signs, graphics, wraps, graphic design, and more is Signs and Tint. Signs and Tint is family owned and operated right here in Greenville, and their NC licensed electricians specialize in vehicle wraps, paint protection film, and more. They can even do building signs for your business. Signs and Tint offers 10% off for military and first responders. Also, make sure to mention Pirate Radio at checkout for a discount. Stop by their office today at 801 Staten Road or visit them online at signsandtint.com.
Pirate Nation, the newest sports bar is Quarters Bar and Grill, offering gourmet burgers, hot dogs, and wings with unique flavors Greenville has never seen. Pirates like to drink too. Quarters Bar and Grill offers a selection of 10 beers on tap and over 50 different craft beers. Come check us out at Quarters Bar and Grill, open Wednesday to Sunday, 11 to 11, located at the shopping center next to Krispy Kreme. Check us out on Facebook and Instagram and be on the lookout for Quarters Cash hidden around downtown Greenville. Quarters Bar and Grill, the plunder never tasted so good.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. You're listening to the Bud Light pregame tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, Georgia has jumped out to a 14-0 lead over Charleston Southern with about 5.5 minutes to go in the first quarter. Ohio State leads Michigan State 14-0 in the first. Clemson has jumped out to a 10-0 lead over Wake Forest with about 6 minutes to go in the first quarter in that game. Oklahoma and Iowa State are tied at 7. Texas A&M has jumped out to a 21-0 lead over Prairie View A&M, and Mississippi State also leads Tennessee State 21-0 with just under 2 minutes to go in the first quarter. And that is a look at your scoreboard brought to you by The Buck. It's your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates. They're open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night, and during football season, they have food trucks during the day. Follow The Buck on Facebook and Instagram for an updated schedule, and we'll see you at The Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
The Buck.
McKell Buck at The Buck.
Buck.
Troy D, maybe at The Buck.
It's going up to 65% chance now, Clip.
Oh, wow. By the way, we said goodbye to you a moment ago.
I know. I'm having so much fun. I'm not leaving.
But you got another brownie to eat?
You can't get rid of me this quick.
If you got a chance, go to The Buck on Sunday. They have this huge projector screen.
I've seen pictures of it. It looks pretty cool.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Probably be a good crowd for Panthers football team coming up on Sunday.
Let's do it.
Big ball game.
Big ball game.
All right, let's talk about.
Turkeys got cooked up for.
Let's talk about some big ball
I've
games.
been trying to find that. I have that loaded up somewhere, but it's not loaded.
This is the week to play it.
The turkey cut?
Yeah, the turkey cut.
It's there somewhere.
I got to find it.
I think he was talking to Cliff Godwin that time.
Why would he be talking to Cliff
No,
Godwin?
he was talking to somebody else.
Oh, okay. I thought it was a Cliff Godwin.
A rare ECU November.
I just thought he was talking turkeys. Like,
I
swear he said that though, like in a baseball one.
Blake, where do you feel like you've...
Nope, that's not it.
Where do you feel like you match up against...
Nope, that's not it either. Here it is.
What do you turkeys got cooked up for Thanksgiving here?
Hopefully try to get a little momentum going here. And
Tell me what the name. What's the name?
Was that Dave?
It's the guy filling
Blackwell.
in for
David Blackwell.
David Blackwell.
Yeah.
You got the first name. You got the last name.
Yeah.
That's good teamwork. Good teamwork. All right, Clip Rock, Troy D here. Let's head out to the Fixed NC Live line. Talk some football with Jeff Nadeau, the big man on campus, joins us. Jeff and Troy D, some old friends reuniting here. What's up, big man?
What's up, man?
How are you guys? Nice to talk to you, as always.
Hey, doing great. Jeff, before we get into football, Troy D and I were just talking off the air. Nice promo for Rough and Rowdy that you cut. It's called a promo in the wrestling biz. It's just you going off the cuff, talking about the fight coming up December 10th, Rough and Rowdy, the big man on campus, Jeff Nadeau, versus Jersey Jerry. It'll be the first Rough and Rowdy I purchased, Jeff. I'm looking forward to it. And Troy, we're excited about it, man.
Yeah, I mean, I got to give you credit, Jeff. You know, when I first, when Clip started having you on the show, I think you weighed like 350 pounds. You've dropped like 200 pounds.
Yeah, I'm down to, well, not that much. I'm down to 220, 217-ish, kind of right in that middle. But yeah, I done a lot of working out, a lot of eating correctly, and yeah, this is kind of the culmination of all that, you know, getting in a ring and fighting someone else, and you know, yeah, it's a big thing. You know, obviously selling the fight's important, you know, trying to find people that you don't know about it or maybe fans of me, but yeah, you know, I think for me this is like a long-term thing. You know, I'm looking at winning this fight and hopefully, you know, going and fighting other fights.
Well, for folks that don't know, Jeff, this is put on by Barstool Sports, and it's a national deal. Now you have some beef with Jersey Jerry, I believe his name is. What?
Yeah, I have a beef with him. I have a beef with a couple of people there.
Right.
Yes. They put these fights on, and they're different. It's like UFC cards almost. They have, you know, they have a little bit more fights than UFC. But yeah, they put them on, I think, twice a year.
But it's legit. It's not like scripted. I mean, you're actually you're trying to hurt them if you can.
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely legit. It's a sanctioned fight. I mean, we go through, you know, the gloves and making sure everything's good to go. And you know, I know he's training. I'm training. I've been training for, you know, a month and a half now. So yeah, it's definitely serious.
December 10th, you can buy it, and I will certainly be doing so, getting together and watching it with some buddies. Looking forward to it. Jeff, let's talk about what's going on today. And look, Jeff does not have a dog in the fight. He gambles without emotion. And pros like you look at spots, and
it's business.
We've already talked about it. East Carolina not in the best spot, coming off a 6th win, their first time going to a bowl game since 2014, so they're jacked up. Also, a look-ahead spot, which you just brought up, Troy, to Cincinnati next week. So you see that, you see what's behind them, what's in front of them, and you just worry that, if everybody's not locked in, this Navy team, which has had success on East Carolina over the years, could get them today. And, Jeff, that's kind of where you're at when you look at this East Carolina -4 going into today, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously getting to a bowl game is and was the goal, and that's been achieved. I just think for me, look, I have also mentioned to you at times, I'm not a huge fan of Mike Houston's coaching, necessarily getting them ready for games. I don't know intimately like you do, but again, this team struggled for a long time in winning games, and now they're laying points on the road off such a huge, momentous win against a team that's very tough to prepare for, that's off a bye, that's always tough. And as you guys astutely pointed out, there's a big game on national TV to end the season next week that I think that's the game that means a whole lot. Not that the Naval Academy doesn't, but it's not easy to go in there and win. And I think you guys know that this is a team that's tough. I mean, they're not they haven't had a good year, but one thing about Navy and Army and Air Force that you're not going to get with other teams, they're not going to beat themselves. They're not going to beat themselves with penalties. They're not going to be unprepared. So I think all that just kind of works against them. I'm not saying that they're going to lose the game, but I think it's a tough football game.
Jeff Nadeau joining us on the Fixed NC Live line. Jeff, what else are you looking at on this Saturday in college football?
Yeah, I had a couple of plays at noon, but a game that I'm really not understanding a whole lot, and this is late night. I kind of look deeper into things. Utah State, not a lot of people have really understood about this team. This team's legit, man. They have a really good offense. If you've been familiar over the years in the Sun Belt, Blake Anderson was at Arkansas State. He went out to Utah State, and this group's 8-2. They're playing for a Mountain West title. And he brought his quarterback along with him. Now, the interesting caveat here, sharp money is all over Wyoming. All over Wyoming. Now, Clip, I've been one in this conference. You have a couple real good pass defenses. One is Wyoming. But when you further inspect this team, Wyoming has not really faced a quality caliber quarterback and a quality offense. This Utah State offense is at home. They're quality, and they're legit. I'm inspecting this a little deeper. I have an eye on this one. Another one that I kind of liked was South Alabama against Tennessee. This is a thing you're seeing this week in college football. A couple of teams going outside of conference and playing against teams that I don't think they really care much about. South Alabama cares a lot more about this game than I think Tennessee does. South Alabama is actually a pretty decent team. They're 5-5, had a pretty good season. I think they could maybe catch Tennessee sleeping a little bit and cover a big number. One quick one as well. I like K-State today. This one's moving up, but I've been all on this team all year. They're just old, reliable. They have a good quarterback, a great run game, and I think a good defense. I know Baylor's tough, but I like K-State at home here. I think coaching's the difference. I like climbing up there.
Troy, we'll get to your Bears in a moment, but real quick, some college basketball going on today. By the way, Jeff, shout out to the Pirates. Nice win last night and cover against Old Dominion. Tennessee and Villanova about to tip it off at 1 o'clock. That's a good matchup for college basketball Saturday. Also, Purdue, you love Purdue. They take on North Carolina later on today. Purdue is 7.5-point favorites. Anything on the college basketball docket for you today?
Yeah, I'm trying to understand the total in UNC Purdue. It's continuing to go down. I don't understand this. I guess they're just thinking that these offenses are just going to kind of face each other, and it'll be a close 70, 66. I don't see it. Both these offenses are fast. They like to play fast. They're good. There's plenty of efficiency here. I like the over in this game. Real small clip, I look deep into this. VMI, they play Marist today. VMI, I like this team. Bet them a lot last year. Going to bet them a lot this year. It's all about the crumbs, Clip. You got to go and find these little spots. VMI is a good team. They were very good last year against the spread. I think they beat Marist today. You mentioned ECU. I have to say, hand up so far. This team has played a lot better than I thought they would. I faded them against Oklahoma. They hung around. Disappointing effort from the Sooners defensively. I don't know how long this will continue, but ECU is surely, at least from, and whether you respect my opinion or not, they definitely outgained my opinion on them. I thought they would not be very good.
Yeah, off to a pretty good start. They got Davidson coming up Sunday, big man. Looking forward to that. Troy D, looks like your Bears will be seeing Lamar Jackson on Sunday. Not great news for you.
Yeah, and whatchamacallit had season-ending surgery for us.
Oh, was it Khalil Mack?
Khalil Mack, yeah. So they've got their best player. We're losing ours.
Jeff, last time we saw the Ravens, they were laying an egg on Thursday Night Football against Miami, so they're in a bounce-back opportunity. What do you think about the Ravens and Bears on Sunday?
Well, first thought would be that, I'm going to kind of lean Bears here, to be real honest. I mean, when you look at the Ravens, I don't know, something about this team that I don't love. I think this is a very backable spot if you're the public here, seeing this, below 7. But I think if you're the Bears, you try to, slow this game down, play at a snail's pace, try to run the ball effectively. Justin Fields kind of dynamic. Fields hasn't had any trouble, beating secondaries. I think, look, if you're a quarterback in the NFL, you can attack a bad secondary. I don't think Baltimore's is particularly good. This game kind of screams, take the dog here.
All right, Troy. That's got to make you feel a little better.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that, but we'll take it.
Big man, great stuff. Folks can follow him on Twitter at JeffNADU. Also, patreon.com/BMOC to get all the picks there. And if you're into Mafia, the mob history, you can check out the Sit Down podcast. Jeff, always enjoyed talking with you. Have a great game day Saturday, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Hey, Clip, you want to hear an interesting quick story?
Sure, I got time.
Okay, so we do this show about the mob. I got a mysterious email the other day asking me to, quote, please take a show down. You're making certain people unhappy. So,
oh, God. Should I be
Hey, Jeff, who are those certain people?
Well, I don't want to say on the air. I mean, they may be listening.
All right, did you take it down?
We're considering it.
Wow.
And I'm considering not having you on Pirate Radio anymore after hearing that.
I think I'll be okay. But thanks for having me on. As always, guys, I really appreciate it. I love Pirate Radio, and I appreciate the support over the years. Thank you for having me, Troy. Thank you for having me, Cliff.
Yeah, thank you, buddy. Keep up the good work.
Big man on campus, Jeff Day, too. I know how intertwined I want to get into this world, Troy D.
Runs in a lot of different circles, Cliff.
We might have Ref Hey Who on next week. He's not Jeff Nadeau. All right, good stuff. Chandler, I was going to have you fetch me the Phil Steele, but I'll go get it myself.
I'll get it for you, Cliff.
Well, because Josh has a question. When was the last time ECU was a road favorite? I think it's a pretty good question. So I'll go back and see if we can find that information.
This season or last season?
Ever. Like, when was the last time?
Well, I was trying to say, have we been a road favorite this season?
UConn? Yeah, I'm thinking it's probably a UConn game.
Yeah.
The answer is always UConn.
Yeah.
When was the last time a double-digit favorite? When was the last time this big of a favorite? Road favorite? Got to be UConn.
By the way, UConn is playing an old conference foe in UCF today.
The civil conflict.
Yeah.
They call it, which is the dumbest thing ever. They have a trophy and everything.
How ridiculous is that those two teams have like a rivalry game?
It's really not. I think UConn tried to make it a thing. And UCF laughed.
I mean, I get the UCF, USF war on I-4.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
That's actually
right?
a pretty cool name.
Yeah, exactly. UCF and UConn?
Yeah. I mean, geographically,
I can't even say without laughing.
Sense. Yeah.
It's literally LOL.
The civil conflict going on today. All right.
Dumb.
Let's get a break in. We'll come back. More to go on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Troy, you sticking around?
Yeah, why not? Cliff, let's roll the dice. Let's keep it rolling, baby. This is fun, man.
Yeah, all right.
Forgot how much fun this was.
If you'd like to have more fun, you can take over for me one Saturday.
You'll do a tailgate report and I'll host.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe we'll go Crazy Ivan one day.
Maybe. Another maybe from Troy.
Let's get through this season.
A strong maybe. All right, we'll be back with you after this.
Why do I run? Is it because I'm driven? Because I love the challenge? God, no. I do it for the beer. If you're the kind of runner who does it for the beer, this summer you can get one on us with the Michelob Ultra Beer Run. Grab your run buddies and get out there because this summer there's beer at the finish line. Sign up at ultrabeerrun.com and trade your miles for beer.
Chico's Mexican Restaurant is the home of the best margaritas. Grab your amigos and head to Chico's every Tuesday for the Gulp of Mexico, a huge 46-ounce lime margarita for only $6.99. On Thursdays, relax and enjoy half-price pitchers of Chico's house margaritas. Choose from lime, strawberry, blood orange, raspberry, or peach. For Mexican food and fun, it's got to be Chico's Mexican Restaurant in downtown Greenville and online at chicosrestaurant.com. Chico's, where the fiesta never ends.
Hey Pirate fans, your one-stop shop for all your tailgate essentials is Shimmer Boutique. Need some purple and gold to wear? Shimmer has a great selection of clothing for men, women, and children. Need some shoes? Shimmer has the best selection of Hey Dudes around. Need a cooler for tailgating? Shimmer has you covered with a huge selection of Yeti and outdoor accessories. Shimmer, just 1 minute from the stadium on Greenville Boulevard behind Starbucks and in Winterville and Jacksonville. Find us online at shimmerboutiqueonline.com. Go Pirates!
Tommy's Express Car Wash is the car wash Greenville is talking about. At the corner of Red Banks Road and Greenville Boulevard, this state-of-the-art wash will keep your car looking great. And now Tommy's has just launched its new 2.0 Tommy's Express app. And anyone who downloads the app now will receive 30 free days of washing with their top-of-the-line wash, the Works Wash. Download the Tommy's Express app now by going to your app store or visit them on location, open 7 days a week at the corner of Greenville Boulevard and Red Banks Road.
I'm on site at the Gavigan Agency, and you guys have been taking care of my home and auto insurance for years, but I've been noticing that's not all you do.
First and foremost, Brian, thank you for trusting us to help you and your family with your insurance needs. And you're exactly right. We offer a full host of insurance products to help protect our customers' personal and business insurance needs. Let me introduce you to Nathan Brannon, our commercial insurance specialist, and he can tell you about some of the other products we offer.
Great to talk with you, Brian. As John mentioned, I specialize in offering general liability, commercial property, business auto, and workers' compensation insurance to independent contractors, small business owners, and larger commercial customers throughout eastern North Carolina. As a graduate of East Carolina University, I am passionate about taking care of my fellow pirates.
Wow, sounds like the Gavigan Agency can provide you just about any coverage a business owner might need. So give the Gavigan Agency a call today for any of your personal or business insurance needs and let them show you the benefits of doing business with someone who cares.
On Saturdays, your team needs you, your sofa needs you, and you need a Jersey Mike's sub. Get it all with free Saturday delivery when you order through the Jersey Mike's app. Jersey Mike's, a sub above. This Saturday, while you watch the game at home, we're watching the grill at Jersey Mike's. Order through the Jersey Mike's app for free delivery on Saturdays, unless you're going to miss hearing this. Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
Hey everybody, this is David Glenn, and you're listening to my favorite station in eastern North Carolina, Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Did you miss a show on Pirate Radio? Well, listen to all of Pirate Radio's archived local programming by subscribing to us on Apple Podcasts, SoundCloud, or Spotify. Subscribe today by going to the podcast app on your iPhone or Apple device and search for Pirate Radio Audio Archives. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Brock.
All right, back with you on Hour 2 of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. We'll hear Jeff Charles go one-on-one with Donnie Kirkpatrick coming up in a little bit. Also hear from some Pirate players. Clip Brock, Troy D here in the Pirate Radio studios. Troy Josh asking, when's the last time East Carolina, I got it, was a road favorite?
Good question.
And this one makes sense because...
Was it not UConn first?
It was not UConn.
Oh, wow. Hold on, let us guess then.
Okay.
And what year was it? Last year?
I might give it away for some, but it was more recent than you think.
All right. Road favorite. Well, it can't be this year because this was Phil Steele's book, only documents last year and all.
Is this conference only or just in general?
In general.
Gosh. Road favorite.
So the Pirates haven't been a road favorite this year, I would imagine, until today.
Last year.
So that would take us back to last year.
Against South Florida?
Last year at South Florida, East Carolina was a dog.
I can't.
But it was last year.
Temple.
It was Temple. And Temple was struggling, and Temple was down to their
fifth-string quarterback.
And there was a COVID situation during that game. The game almost wasn't played.
Correct. East Carolina, a 4-point favorite.
Right. Oh, I forgot about that.
And blew out the Owls. The line has dropped to 3.5 for today's game. So
ECU
is a 3.5-point favorite.
Yeah, still a favorite.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, Shirley, you got that audio? Yes, so the best time when Rick Smith's here, Troy D, is he breaks down the game, but story
time with Rick Smith.
That's
I love that segment.
That's what keeps the people coming.
And he always asks if we have time for one.
I got a story if you got time.
And honest to God, I've known Rick Smith for a long time now. How he remembers all these stories is incredible to me.
Yeah.
Because he's got a story for every situation.
Some of the details are hazy because he's been so many places. So he goes, I think it might have been Kentucky or Tulane. And then he remembers, but he's been so many dang places, it's tough to...
And he's coached for over 40 years.
Yeah.
One of the all-time great storytellers.
All right, so we had a caller yesterday, Mitchell, and we were talking about Navy and the cut blocking and all the things they're going to do today. And
they can get dirty on you.
Yeah, and Mitchell wanted to know just how dirty, and he called in and asked Coach Rick Smith about it, and Rick told us a story about one of your favorites, Troy D, Greg Hudson. Coach Hud.
Coach Hud. Talked to Coach Hud a couple weeks ago.
Let's hear that, Shirley Rhodes, from Friday's edition of Pirate Radio Live.
And Navy is supposed to have honor and respect as their two key components. Now, how do they justify trying to hurt another team's player on purpose?
Well, I don't think they're trying to hurt him on purpose, but they feel like because of what their, the offensive scheme that they run, and usually, their offensive line average is 6'2", 280 pounds. For them to have a chance, they're going to have to do some double team blocks, and the way you teach the double team block is. One guy's going to hit him high and one guy's going to hit him low, but the low blocker should be hitting him in the thigh instead of below the knee. But, all the film I broke down all those years, very few times did they block my kids above the knee. So I don't know if they were coaching it or, supposedly it just happened.
Isn't a high block and a low block at the same time? Is that not illegal?
Yes, it is.
Well, then, do you think Coach Houston would consider returning the favor?
I doubt it.
Yeah.
I just think Coach Houston's, he's...
Like you said, what you got to do is talk to the officials, say, hey, what the hell, look at what's happening and try to get some calls, right?
I will tell a story if we got a minute.
Yes, sir. I love it.
When Greg Hudson was here, I don't know if y'all remember Greg, but he was pretty... he could lose his temper pretty quick. But I don't know, we were playing Navy and they were chop blocking our kids, and I remember him calling timeout, and Skip got mad at him for wasting a timeout, but he went out on the field and told the officials, you either stop it or I'm going to cut your offensive guys with my defensive guys, and I'm going to do it before the ball snapped. I mean, he was pointing at the Navy coaches, yelling at them, and I was sitting over there thinking, we're going to get thrown out of the park here by the officials. But guess what? It worked.
Yeah.
The officials went over and talked to the Navy coaches, and it was a pretty straight game after that.
So now today, I'm going to be looking at, if Navy's doing that and if they pan to Mike Houston and he's having conversations with the officials, because it sounds like that happens when you play Navy just about every time, Troy.
Sometimes you got to fight fire with fire.
Yeah.
You got to punch a bull in the mouth sometimes.
How about if our defensive guy just started jumping before the ball was snapped across the line? Greg Hudson ordered the hit on the Navy offensive lineman. So great story there with Coach Smith.
Those are the things I've always said. I would love to, how sometimes if you rewatch a game, I'd love to rewatch a game with the coach's audio in the headset on the game in real time. I think that would be so fascinating. And I'm surprised someone hasn't done that already, like on HBO or whatever, where you could have a game of the week and you pick up, I guess because none of these coaches want people to hear what really goes on. I mean, you can only imagine what's said off color stuff. But I just think it would be fascinating from an inside perspective of football, of what they're thinking in real time and what's being said and how they're coming up with plays and who's overruling who. I just think it would be so fascinating on the college or pro level, especially if it's a team you follow, to hear that audio from the coaches' headsets.
Yeah, they show it like bits and pieces from time to time, and the NFL kind of makes teams do Hard Knocks, right? So
yeah, they do a little bit like on NFL films sometimes.
But you know that the coaches don't want that kind of access.
Right,
So, they give you little snippets of it, but you're right. That would be like big plays in the Super Bowl, like the Seahawks Patriots that came down to the last play, and they passed. I'd love to hear both sides what they were saying there.
And who's actually calling the play? You know, how often does the head coach override the OC? You know, how much debate goes into it.
Well, I asked Coach Smith
kick a field goal. Do we go for it? No, we're going for it. You know,
we were talking about how East Carolina scored maybe too quickly last week against Memphis. And he said, as a defensive guy, I'm saying, run the clock, get the clock down. And I asked him, they're in those booths, and maybe sometimes they're by themselves, but sometimes it's the defensive group here on this side of the table, and then over there it's the offensive guys. And I said, do y'all ever kind of interact and say, hey, how about give us a long drive here? And he said, yeah, we do. And he said sometimes they look down at us and say, hey, stop somebody.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'd love to hear that too.
The inner office
politics,
stuff going on. I did think it was interesting. Coach Houston addressed it at the press conference on Tuesday. About did they want to use up more clock? And I thought he was pretty honest about this. He said, look, going into the half, we were glad to get points in those field goals, but they weren't able to punch it in. I think, what did they kick? Like 3 field goals that could have been touchdowns potentially if they had punched it in the red zone. And he said we were struggling to get it in the end zone. So at that point in the game, look, it was more, we just wanted to score, not just worry about let's get the clock. Doesn't matter if you don't score.
Well, one of the great things about the Players Lounge Monday is we get to hear their side, and I thought Holden explained it well too, where he said I was actually trying to go faster because they line up very late. He said they steal signals, so they line up late. So he said, I was like, you want to slow it down? He said, no, I was actually trying to go faster, and get the score, and it did end up working out for the Pirates there. So all right, 1 o'clock. Let's get another break in. When we return, we'll hear from the voice, Jeff Charles, as he goes one-on-one with East Carolina offensive coordinator Donnie Kirkpatrick. We'll crunch some numbers on the UB stat sheet and look at the Pirate offense when we return after this.
While you're sleeping, our whole hogs are slow cooking over wood to create that bite that Eastern North Carolina is known for. I'm Sam Jones, and for more than 3 generations, my folks have been the torchbearers for what whole hog barbecue is supposed to be. At Sam Jones, you'll find plenty of smoke, but no mirrors. Everything, and I mean everything, is made fresh daily, including our sides, sweets, and sauces. Come on over and see us at Sam Jones Barbecue, and I bet you'll be able to taste our passion in just one bite. Sam Jones Barbecue, Fire Tower Road.
There's no better time to drive away with a quality pre-owned car, truck, or SUV from Greenville Auto World. Greenville Auto World is your authorized rough country dealer. We specialize in lift and leveling kits along with custom wheel packages. Whether you're looking for ground clearance or enhancing the appearance of your vehicle, trust our team for your off-road experience. Greenville Auto World, 3840 South Charles Boulevard across from Hardee's at Bell's Fork, or online at greenvilleautoworld.net.
Dear past, present, and future football watchers, football is back, just how you remembered it. Tailgates with an ice-cold Pepsi in hand? Totally back. That between-play sprint to the fridge for more Pepsi is back, baby. I really missed this. Anyways, consider this your official excuse for always putting football watching first, courtesy of Pepsi. That haircut appointment? Your mom told us you look great, so you should probably reschedule. Seeing the in-laws for the first time in ages.
It's been so long.
Nope, sorry, Susan. Not if it's on Sunday. Long story short, after the year we've all had, we think you could use a little football watching. So crack open a Pepsi and cheer your football watching face off. With love, Pepsi. Made for football watching. That's what I like.
Hi, this is Billy Parker at Parker's Barbecue. Did you know that we have party rooms at our Memorial Drive location? We can accommodate parties from 10 to 110, or anything in between. We can serve family-style buffet or order off the menu. Parker's Barbecue. Come celebrate with us.
The convenience of Pitt Greenville Airport is waiting just outside your front door. Service is back, so you're connected to destinations worldwide through flights from American Airlines. Plan your next trip. Book your flights today at flypgv.com or aa.com.
Holiday time is precious. Save time and fly local at flypgv.com. Book today on American Airlines at PGV and enjoy the friendly convenience of flying from your local airport. American Airlines and PGV. Book now at flypgv.com. PGV, where the pirates fly.
Pirate fans, get ready for a winning season and team up with Quality Equipment, your local John Deere dealer and proud sponsor of the ECU Pirates. When you do business with us, you'll get things done right. We're proud to offer a large selection of new and used John Deere equipment, a fully stocked parts department, and a highly trained staff who is here to support you throughout the life of your equipment. So get quality done right before every ECU game day and visit qualityequip.com.
This is Coach Steve Shankweiler, offensive line coach for East Carolina University football, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, number one, Georgia has a 35-0 lead over Charleston Southern. Ohio State is beating up Michigan State right now in the second quarter at 28-0. Clemson still holding on to a 10-0 lead over Wake Forest in the second quarter. Oklahoma and Iowa State still tied at 7 apiece in the second. Texas A&M has extended their lead over Prairie View A&M 31-0 in the second quarter. Mississippi State leads Tennessee State 28-0 in the second. Kentucky leads New Mexico State 28-10 in the second quarter. Florida State leads Boston College 14-3. It's North Carolina 17, Wofford 7. Purdue and Northwestern are Northwestern trailing Purdue 6-0. Penn State and Rutgers are in the second quarter, no score as of yet. West Virginia leads Texas 14-7. Tulane beating up on South Florida right now, 35-7 is that score with just under 10 minutes to go in the second quarter. And Kent State has a 22-0 lead over Akron. And that is a look at your Buck scoreboard, brought to you by the Buccaneer Music Hall, your beacon of music in the land of pirates in eastern North Carolina. Open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night and food trucks during the day during football season. Follow the Buck on Facebook and Instagram for an updated schedule, and we'll see you at the Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Broad.
All right, Georgia and Ohio State looked at as the top two teams in the country this year, and they are up a combined 63-0 on their opponents. Now, Georgia is playing Charleston Southern. We know how frisky they are. They came to Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium, gave East Carolina all they could handle. Georgia up 35-0, and then, boy, an impressive start for Ohio State, 28-0 on Michigan State. We'll keep you up to date on what's going on today on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard presented by Buck.
What'd you think of Virginia Tech? Virginia Tech, I saw that they could be hot on the Coastal Carolina coach now.
Oh, was it Chadwell?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Jamie Chadwell.
He's got to go. He's going somewhere with all the success they've had down there in Myrtle Beach. So, I don't know. I hadn't really looked into who the options were. It didn't create. I mean, they had Frank Beamer for almost our lives, like our football watching lives, and now they are going to go ahead and have a second coach since he left years ago.
Could they go back to a Beamer? I know he's only been at South Carolina for a year, but could they go to Shane Beamer, Frank's son?
Honestly, if you're Virginia Tech, if you're a fan, it doesn't make a lot of sense in, like, what have you done football results-wise, but you'd probably rather have Beamer than the Coastal Carolina coach.
Yeah,
how elite do you look at yourself? Where are you too much of an elitist to say we don't want a Coastal Carolina coach?
Right. You're taking a coach from South Carolina, SEC team. That's something. Plus, you have the Beamer connection, and I can hear the Hokie fans right now saying, "Beamer up." Yeah, that's a Star Trek reference.
We do that on Pirate Radio Live. This show is a professional show.
I'm sorry. We're having too much crossover. Beamer up.
Yeah, we got it. The return of Beamer ball to Blacksburg. I've seen some projections having us playing our old buddies from Virginia Tech.
In
Military, I believe.
Yeah,
military.
I could see that. I could see the military bowl being a real option.
Yeah.
That's that is on the table. As
That would
they
be
say.
the second trip to Annapolis.
It would be, as today is the first.
That's Chandler's favorite stat that he likes to throw in.
I brought that up in the watch.
Any other venues in the bowl scenarios that would be second visits to those?
Liberty Bowl.
I don't think we can go there.
I don't think we're not on track for the Liberty Bowl this year.
Yeah.
And we played South Florida here, correct?
The Gasparilla Bowl.
But we didn't play there this year.
Right.
But that one is in Tampa.
That's in Tampa.
Oh, crap.
Yeah. So
what's the other one?
Well, there's one in Boca. There's one in Hawaii.
Yeah, but you're saying.
But you asked me what was
right. I was just saying if there was any that we have other fields we've already been to this year.
Could we go back to the Duke's Mayo Bowl? We've already been in the Duke's Mayo Classic.
That would be an interesting way to finish the season.
You
start mayonnaise and ended mayonnaise.
We don't line up in that bowl, though.
No, it's usually ACC, SEC, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we could go to the Rose Bowl, but we didn't play UCLA this year.
Yeah, but unfortunately,
where's the national championship?
We're not in the Pac-12.
We didn't play the Boston Red Sox, but we can go to Fenway.
I have some friends that love the venue of Fenway, that think that's really cool. But I'm telling you, I've been to Boston during the holidays when it is so cold up there this time of year, or a month from now. Weather-wise, terrible venue.
Even the Pinstripe Bowl, which has been going on for years now.
I was just about to ask, is that still a thing?
Yeah, I think so. And it's in Yankee Stadium, and it always just looks like ugly and gray and miserable.
Yeah. I know Duke played there against Indiana. And in fact, I think that was Scotty Montgomery. He had accepted the job here at East Carolina, but he still went and coached that game in the Pinstripe Bowl against Indiana.
And a lot of these bowl games that, Fenway won't be any different, where they put a football field on the baseball field, the sight lines aren't very good. I was talking with Jeff Charles about this last week, clip, where the end zone will be like at home plate, and then it goes out to the outfield is usually a lot of times sometimes they'll do it. Depending where you sit, you don't have great views of these things, so especially the press box.
So what I'm taking from this is that Troy Dreyfus does not want to go to Boston.
I mean, I'm not saying I wouldn't go. I'm just saying it wouldn't be first on my list.
Oh, no, I totally
prefer
agree.
not to.
Especially weather-wise. When you think of bowls, you think of warm weather, you think of Florida, you think of places like that.
And didn't I hear you guys say, I didn't look it up, didn't I hear you guys say it's like an 11 a.m. start?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, so there's check mark against it. Cold weather.
That's a cold tailgate.
It's really almost, you got to fly, check mark against it. It's freezing cold, major check mark against it. Or I should say red flag, red flag.
Red flag.
Check mark would be good. Red flag's bad. This is a red flag bowl to me.
Go ahead.
Holden said his roommate Aaron Jarman would be for that bowl, but I think the players,
he likes, the baseball.
Because he's a baseball guy.
Yeah,
the players don't give a damn about Fenway Park or the Green Monster. They don't care
less. They love Hawaii.
Yeah.
The fan favorite is Myrtle Beach.
Yeah.
The player favorite is Hawaii.
Correct.
Yeah. And I think the second fan favorite would probably be Military Bowl, right? I mean, that would be the easiest drive.
Yeah. And especially if you match up with the right ACC
and
team,
you get an ACC opponent.
That could be very interesting. As I said, I find if it was an East Carolina, North Carolina matchup, I find that very intriguing. And that changes the dynamics of that bowl game for me.
All right, Troy, you're killing our break man on this show as a guest on the program. Shirley, let's hit Donnie Kirkpatrick and Jeff Charles and quickly go over some stats on the UBE stat sheet as East Carolina and Navy about to go at it, and the Pirates are scoring on the year 30 points per contest, averaging 173 yards on the ground, 261 through the air for a total of 435. The third down percentage actually improved after the game against Memphis. The Pirates are converting 35% of their third down, still not a good number, but 70% on fourth downs. East Carolina's gone for it 27 times on fourth down this year, converted 19 of those. Those stats provided by UBE. Shop online, pirateware.com, and check them out right here in Greenville, our neighbor here inside the Pirate Radio studios. Let's hear from Jeff Charles and Donnie Kirkpatrick, Pirates offensive coordinator.
I visit now with ECU offensive coordinator Donnie Kirkpatrick, and Coach Houston mentioned at the press conference earlier this week that this Navy defense is better this year than it was last year. Is that what you've seen?
Yeah, I don't think there's any question that they're playing at a very high level right now. I mean, in total defense, I think they're third or fourth in our league, and they were off to a really slow start. But, it's really a lot of returning players. And they've stayed pretty healthy throughout the season. They've added some new twist to their scheme. They got smart guys there. You know what I'm saying? And you got veteran guys there, and they're really outstanding kids, young men, you'd say. So they're very committed to it, and it makes it a lot of different things, different looks they give you. They move personnel around, so they're tough. It'll be a great challenge this week.
Coach, tell us a little bit about the middle linebacker Diego Fago. He is a guy that they say can play on Sundays. There aren't a whole lot of players at the academies that do play in the NFL, but they think that he is the talent to do that. Do you see that too?
Yeah, I definitely see that. We're still trying to figure out how he can be there. I think he's been playing there since I was in college, so I don't know how he's got so many years of eligibility. We need to check that before the game here, but there's no doubt he's as good a linebacker as anybody in the country.
Yeah, he is really good. And what makes him so good, Coach?
Well, he's very versatile. He's got good size. He's got good speed. He's just tough as nails, man. He loves to run and hit. He plays the game the way you'd like to see the game played. I bet he's a coach's dream.
Coach, in this league, of course, there are a lot of athletes, and there are a lot of really good athletes on defenses that can, go sideline to sideline. How about Navy? How would you rate them as far as athleticism, quickness, speed, and that kind of thing with some of the other teams in this league?
I think that's where people make a mistake. They assume that, obviously maybe because they're not the high-profile recruits or nobody else has maybe recruited those guys, they've got some other aspirations maybe other than the NFL, whereas most of our team all comes to college expecting to go to the NFL. Their guys have another career path. Some of them end up doing that and going to the NFL too. But they're very underrated athletically. They're guys, they're skill guys. They run well. They've got guys that ran good track times too. We chart all that. Our recruiting department looks at all that. And, they got some guys that were really good in athletics, and other sports as well. They just kind of got overlooked because, they were high academic kids. Yeah. We're probably looking at Ivy League schools, and in schools like the academies. So we surely don't take anything like that. Their toughness maybe stands out so much sometimes it overshadows their athleticism.
Coach, let's go back to that final drive last week. I mean, what a terrific drive it was, and you converted some big plays in that drive, obviously, and Holton and Tyler Snead, it's amazing to me. It just seems like they have that chemistry, and when you need that first down, Tyler seems to be able to get open, and Holton seems to be able to find him.
That's one of the things that we're most proud of our team is how we've grown with these guys as they've matured, and we've had a lot of close ball games this year. Some of them have gone our way. Some of them have not gone our way. We feel like we're turning the stone on that a little bit. Our guys are playing so hard. They're believing. And the big thing is they believe in each other. Holton right now is playing at an extremely high level, probably the best quarterback in the league right now. The only guy would even be close would be SMU's guy, probably, Mordecai. He's just making so many good decisions right now. And a lot of that is I just think he has so much belief and he's gotten so much confidence in the Tyler Sneads. Always had it with CJ. The emergence of Ryan Jones right now is really adding a lot to our guys, and so they have a whole new swag. Now we're going to have a huge challenge this week. We got to knock them back down. We did this week, but it's really fun to be around these guys right now because 2 years ago, a year and a half ago, we just did not have that killer instinct or that belief in each other, and right now the culture has really changed.
Yeah, Coach, I was going to ask you about that. The guys certainly were in a great mood last week, and obviously, you let them celebrate and you let them have a lot of fun, but you have to bring them back down to earth as well. Were you guys able to do that this week?
Well, yeah, Coach Houston has a way of bringing reality when we get back for that Tuesday meeting. But, we kind of have a 24-hour rule. It might extend it a little bit longer this week. We have victory dinner on Sunday night. We steak and lobster this week, so we were living the high life. But as soon as they got back to practice on Tuesday, it was back to the, you're 0-0 and you're behind the chains, and here we go. And, you get what you earn around here. Every coach is that way. Every player is the same way. Every position, you got to bring it every day. And so they wiped a smile off their face by Tuesday, and they got back to work.
So, Coach, how important is it in this game to jump out early and maybe get a lead on these guys? Because you flip the coin on the other side. If they get the lead on the opposition, they go up a couple of scores. It can be really difficult. So, do you guys feel like you have to get a fast start this week?
Well, we're not going to overemphasize that we have to, or surely don't want to say that to the team, but I do think that's the best strategy, obviously, to take the ball. It's going to be a game of limited possessions. They always run the clock down. They go for a lot of fourth downs. They'll fake kicks. They'll do anything to do to steal a possession. You know, the last couple of weeks have been one of the best things we've done is we've been keeping the ball away from the other teams and having drives, and some of that's defensively because of the three safety defense. They've been making us drive the ball, keeping the ball in front, and we've had some field position issues where we've had long drives, so we've ended up having longer possession time. So you don't want to get behind a team, though, that's going to grind it out and go for it on fourth down and keep the ball. So our strategy will always be to try to get ahead and then try to add to that. That'll be the challenge, though. I'm sure they're going to try to keep us from doing that.
That's ECU offensive coordinator Donnie Kirkpatrick.
All right, Donnie Kirkpatrick, one-on-one with the voice of Jeff Charles, talking Pirate offense today. We'll see if Holton Ahlers and company can move that football against the midshipmen.
What was that stat you hit with the fourth down conversion? I mean, you want to talk about a riverboat gambler. They've done it quite a few times.
27 attempts, 19 conversions, 70%.
That's pretty strong, I think.
Very, yeah.
So...
but you mentioned it, Clip. I mean, it's kind of starting to be a trend in college football where a lot more teams are going for it on fourth down.
Yeah, you're definitely seeing it more and more. And now to the point where if you don't, you're like, why are they not going for it?
You know what it reminds me? All these kids that play video games, how many times do you see someone punt in Madden?
You know, I said this.
And now these kids are growing up and they're playing games.
I've had that theory before. That these coaches grew up, some of these younger coaches grew up in the Madden generation.
Absolutely.
And they go for it, and
it's part of your game plan.
They trade their entire roster each offseason, and now they're playing real football.
I watch my kids play Madden sometimes, and I never see a punt.
Yeah.
It doesn't exist.
There's a high school coach somewhere, I believe Texas, that never punts. It could be 4th and 30 from his own 10, and he'll go for it.
Wow.
There you go.
Like
I'd say anything, you know, maybe I would use the 50 as the barometer if I was a coach, you know.
Yeah, and the situation, of course. All right, let's get a break in. We'll come back. We'll have more for you on the Bud Light pregame tailgate as we wrap up hour number 2. We'll be back with you after this.
Other food delivery apps charge surprise fees, but Domino's is giving away $50 million worth of surprise frees, like free pizza, lava cakes, or cheesy bread when you order delivery online. And we found some unique ways to get the word out. Like screaming it! We even called Paul Revere.
Free lava cakes are coming!
Order delivery online and you could get a surprise free from Domino's. No purchase necessary. Open U.S. residents 13 and up through 11/21/21. Odds of winning are 1 in 14. See rules at surprisefreeze.domino's.com for free entry, blackout dates, restrictions, and details.
Hey Pirate Nation, be sure you have the best comfortable shoes this tailgate season with a stop at Flea Feet. This is ECU alum Chris Lunyon, owner of Flea Feet of Greenville, and we provide solutions through one-on-one service to runners, walkers, and everyone in between. Flea Feet has the tools and technology to get you on the right shoe, including a 3D foot scanner that measures arch height, width, and more. Come visit us on Greenville Boulevard in the public shopping center right near the stadium. Be sure to run with us on Facebook and Instagram. Flea Feet, we run for you. Go Pirates!
This is Martin Truex Jr., and as a NASCAR Cup Series champion, I love one-stop shopping. When I need fresh tires or fuel during a race, my pit crew takes care of everything. Off the track, I have an Auto Owners independent agent. They handle all my insurance in one place: car, home, life, and business. Get your own pit crew and find a local agency with Auto Owners Insurance.
This is Brian Smith with Town Insurance in Greenville. Call me today at 756-8300. Go Pirates!
At West Park Motor Company, customer satisfaction is the #1 goal while offering a wide range of cars, trucks, and SUVs at very competitive prices. Shop online at westparkmotorcompany.com right now to get started. Looking to sell your vehicle? Call West Park for a free appraisal. West Park is willing to pay more for your car or truck than the next dealer. West Park Motor Company with locations in Greenville and Washington and proud courtesy car dealer for the Pirates for over a decade. Go Pirates! At Union Bank, we understand you live life on the go. That's why our banking options are designed to serve you, wherever you are. If you want to meet us in person at one of our local branches, complete banking tasks on the go from the mobile app, or bank from your office with convenient remote deposit and cash management services, we're everywhere you need us to be. Whether you're simply managing a busy schedule or an entire business, we're right there with you with personalized service and helpful tools. Call or visit us online at unionbanknc.com. Union Bank is a member FDIC and equal housing lender.
It's bow time. You've probably heard folks say, don't call it a comeback. But at Bojangles, we don't like to beat around the bush. So when the sizzling, savory pork chop griller's back in all its tender, marinated chili lime glory, and you can get a pork chop griller combo for just $4.59, go ahead, call it a comeback. Get a legendary pork chop griller combo for just $4.59. Only at Bojangles. It's bow time.
This is Coach Donnie Kirkpatrick, offense coordinator for ECU football, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
And this one will break it wide open.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back for the latest breaking news, interesting stories, and awesome contests that can make you a winner. Be sure to follow Pirate Radio on our social media on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at PR927FM. Join the over 50,000 followers today. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Brock.
Alrighty, hour 2, heading into hour 3 of today's show. Do we want to hit the Mike Houston audio that is on social media right now, because it got the crew here fired up?
Yeah, and I guess technically this might have been from last week, because it's the pump up video. It may not be from today, but they put it out there today, correct?
Yeah,
but it got me pumped up.
What color jerseys are they wearing in this video?
White. Oh.
It has
highlights from last week's game.
So it's last week, okay.
And it's like his pregame speech
from last week. Yeah, was pretty good. Now you see why maybe they won.
All right, so let's hear that from Coach Houston.
You know exactly what to do. You know where your eyes should be. You know everything they're going to do. Now you're prepared. You're prepared as you've been all year. Go play physical. Go play hard. Let's go get it, man. Right, let's go. Have a great day. Have a great day. Have a great day. So when we go up, we say, let's go play our brand of football. You know what our brand of football is. Sustained effort and violence for 4 quarters. Our day today. Do your job. Let's get it, baby. Let's go get it on the mission, man. We want to miss it with this. Let's get it. Let's go, man. Let's go, man. Sustained effort and violence! Violence all day! You got it! Pirates!
2 There you go.
Violence!
Sustained
effort and violence!
That's pretty good right there.
And right after they show him saying that, they show Holton Ahlers just running over that guy.
The defender.
And he did not slow down. He ran over the guy and just kept going.
It was great.
We're going to have that cut ready. Just I like him saying violence.
I know. If they can win today and come back Friday against Cincinnati, I would love to hear the pregame speech for Cincinnati.
Oh, that would be cool.
Well, he's got that famous speech when he was at JMU about locking the gates and throwing away the key.
Yeah, but you got to do new stuff. You can't rehash the old JMU stuff. This is a new deal. It's a new day.
Okay. I'm just saying
New
he
material.
had that speech. He's a good speech man. He's sustained.
It's going to be violent. It's got me all
Lord
fired up to
have
kill you.
mercy. I'll have to turn your microphones off.
All right, 2 hours.
The
in
week
the
old,
books
I'm still
here.
fired up over that.
Troy, you here for hours?
Sustained effort and communication.
If you're going to be here the whole time, can I go? I got things I can do. You can host the show.
I'm just a co-pilot, Clip. You're flying the plane.
All right. We will take a break, come back. Hour 3 of the Bud Light pregame tailgate. We'll have a live check-in with Double B, Brian Bailey, live from Annapolis when we return. Also, got 3 live check-ins to Annapolis coming up this hour. BB, Jeff Charles, Stephen Igo. It's all ahead on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. We are back with you after this.
Come and explore great shopping in downtown Washington at Naughty Life. Hi, this is Gina from Naughty Life, and new fall merchandise is arriving every day, featuring all the new Yeti products, like the loadout buckets and waterproof dry duffel bags. We have new fall clothes for men, women, and children. At Naughty Life, we have something perfect for any occasion, like new jewelry and a great selection of sunglasses from Costa, Reflect, and RCI. Visit Naughty Life on Main Street in historic downtown Washington, and like us on Instagram and Facebook.
Do you suffer from pain, anxiety, or sleeping issues? Eastern Healthcare has a solution for you. Eastern Healthcare is the premier CBD store with retailer quality products to help with any ailment you might have. They carry nationally recognized brands such as Curative's Delta 8, CBD Distillery, and Charlotte's Web with a wide variety of delivery systems.
This is Adam from Eastern Healthcare. Come visit our store at 2245 Stantonburg Road across from Vidant Hospital or call 227-4199. Eastern Healthcare. Wellness starts here.
Hey Pirate Nation, this is Kyle Gaines from Washington Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Not only will we feature a great selection of pre-owned inventory for sale, but we'll also buy your vehicle even if you don't buy one from us. Drive a little, save a lot. Give us a call and make a short trip to Washington and let us buy your vehicle today. It is totally worth it. We also service all makes and models at our state-of-the-art service department. Washington Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram between Greenville and Washington, and WashingtonChryslerDodgeJeepRam.com. Remember, drive a little, save a lot. Go Pirates.
Why wait? Get break down the door deals now during Bostic Sugg Furniture's Black Friday blowout. Browse our 40,000 square foot showroom with thousands of items in stock. Plus, save up to 15% off store-wide with 6 months special financing or get 72 months special financing. Find the perfect mattress for the way you sleep with 72 months special financing. Don't wait for lower prices. There won't be any. There's no lines, no waiting during Bostic Sugg Furniture's Black Friday blowout.
Your power's out. There's a water leak. What do? For these and other utility-related emergencies, you need service, and you want it fast. There are 2 things you can do to get the quickest response if you're a GUC customer. First, you can call the hotline at 1-855-767-2482 and report any utility-related emergency. That number is also on GUC.com. Or second, you can give GUC your phone number. The hotline process is quickest when their account records have your current phone number. Service you can count on. Greenville Utilities.
Hey, Troy D here for my friends at Villa Verde. If you know me, you know I love being outside, but finding a good place to eat outside can sometimes be tough. Well, our pals at Villa Verde have fixed that. Not only does Villa Verde have awesome, unique, one-of-a-kind dishes here in Greenville, they also have a brand new outside dining area. And this outside area is sweet. It's covered, you're in the shade, and cooling fans are on. Enjoy the comfort and relaxation of dining outside with our friends at Villa Verde. Villa Verde on 10th Street, a platform for good.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rose.
All right, Georgia is continuing to pile it on. They lead 42-0. They're still not even out of the first half yet over Charleston Southern. Ohio State just murdering Michigan State right now. 42-0 is that score. Number 10, Wake Forest has kicked a field goal in the second quarter. They still trail Clemson 17-3 with just about a minute and a half left to go in the first half. Iowa State and Oklahoma still knotted at 7 apiece. Texas A&M leads Prairie View A&M 38-0 at halftime. Mississippi State also leads Tennessee State 35-0 at the half. And Florida State leads Boston College 19-3 with just under a minute to go in the first half. North Carolina has gone into the locker room at halftime with a 20-7 lead over Wofford. Purdue leading Northwestern 13-6 at halftime. Penn State has a 7-0 lead at the half over Rutgers. And Texas is trailing West Virginia 21-7 in the second quarter. And Tulane still holds on to a 35-7 lead over South Florida. And they are just about going into halftime. And Coastal Carolina has jumped out to a 7-0 lead over Texas State in the first quarter. That's a look at your Buck scoreboard, brought to you by the Buccaneer Music Hall, your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates. Open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night and food trucks during the day during football season. Follow the Buck on Facebook and Instagram for updated schedules. We'll see you at the Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Brock.
All right, Wake Forest gets a big touchdown. It is now 17-10 as they go Wildcat and punch it in on 3rd and goal. So 17-10 down in Death Valley. Clemson with the lead there. And a basketball score for you, Shirley, on a Saturday. Villanova, top 25 matchup.
Oh, okay.
Villanova leading Tennessee at 19-9 in the first half of that one. East Carolina winners last night over Old Dominion. They'll play at Davidson coming up at 6 o'clock, 6:30. One of those times. I'll look it up on Sunday. So that's coming up tomorrow. Do we have Double B?
Yes, we do.
All right, we got Clip Rock, Troy D here in the Pirate Radio studios, and Brian Bailey joining us live from Annapolis on the Fixed NC Live line. Bailey, how you doing?
Not too bad. A little cool, a little nippy, but it's not too bad.
All right. Did they save you a cigar from last week? You weren't able to make the trip, so were you able to party with the Pirates, or did you miss all that from last week?
I missed all that from last week, but we're back in action here at Navy Marine Corps Memorial Stadium. I'm standing right beside Holton Ahlers. Holton's kind of throwing the ball around a little bit, getting loose, and some of the wide receivers are out here. The offensive linemen are kind of just gathered around, walking around, kind of getting a feel for this place. But everybody's kind of bundled up a little bit. It's probably going to be about 40 degrees, I guess, by game time. 45 maybe. It gets to 45, but should be a great afternoon for football.
Bailey, Troy, what type of crowd are they expecting up there as far as attendance-wise for a game late in the season like this with the team? Navy's been struggling this season.
Well, I was just talking with Brian Blick, and that's what our video presentation's about here from Navy this week on some of the social platforms for Pirate Radio. And I asked him, after we finished the interview, how the crowd was going to be. He said that it's been, back and forth. That when they played Cincinnati, they only got 25,000 in here. But they usually sell out for Air Force, and they did again this year. They had a big crowd for Air Force, but they're not really sure, what the crowd's going to be like today. But they're not expecting a huge crowd just because of the Cincinnati game, if you base it on that.
Double B, Brian Bailey, just saw a picture from Igo who was there, and he's got the I love the checkerboard end zones, the Go Navy seats there. It's a pretty neat place to watch a football game, and then when you get the military men in there for the game, Brian, kind of makes it a special atmosphere up there in Annapolis.
It really is, and I was able to make the trip the only time East Carolina has beaten Navy. I was here for that game, and that's one of the things I came away with, just the memories of seeing the guys march into the stadium, and how hard those guys have to work, what they do in college, and they're going to be helping to protect our great nation when they finish up with their degrees. And so it's really a special place to play, and it's just, in talking with Blick, he was telling us that as far as football goes, that Navy is kind of, with Cincinnati doing what they've been doing, and UCF, they kind of left Navy out in the cold. Navy's kind of happy that the league is changing a little bit because, those teams, put it on Navy a bunch of times, and they feel like they'll be more competitive in the new American Athletic Conference. But it's a different. I think Navy's a real nice addition to this league. It's always just so special to come here. And I think the other hard part when teams are preparing for Navy, obviously they're preparing for that option and preparing for those blocks and everything that goes along with it. But so it's kind of a different game on the schedule year in and year out when you play the Naval Academy.
Brian, I've been fortunate enough to get up there a couple times to see Navy. Been up to Army to see that game before. And one of the things that makes it special, as you mentioned, is the history and tradition with those service academies that and all that goes with it. One of the things I walked away from was I was amazed that, and I assume Navy still does this, at the end of the game, they don't just play the Navy fight song. They end up playing the opposing team's fight song. And I didn't know if that's something that they still do.
I'm not sure if it is either. That's a good point. I think I do remember that before. But, and that's just one of the other traditions that goes on with this place. When we came in the buses, I was a little surprised we didn't leave the hotel in Baltimore until right at 12:30. And we pulled out at 12:30 and arrived here about 5 after 1 by the time everybody got off the buses. And to me, it was usually – we arrived at the game site a good 3 hours before, so I thought it was a little bit late arriving to the site, but they seem to think that they've got plenty of time to get ready, and they probably do. But when we rode in on the buses, all the tailgating that was going on, it was a tight fit for the buses to get through some of the roads they were going through that was weaving in between all the tailgating that was going on. So there was a lot of fans out and about. A lot of Pirate fans were walking around in their purple. A guy came up to me at the hotel today and said, We love your purple here in Baltimore. And I said, well, thank you. And he said, yeah, we love those Ravens. That's a different purple, but yeah, there you go.
Brian, Rick Smith said yesterday that he's had teams in the past during practice that kind of fooled him during the week. He thought they had a good week of practice. They show up on Saturday like they've never played football. He's also said that guys have looked sluggish through the week, got hit in the mouth early in the game, and then responded and looked like a great football team. So you never really know till you get out there. But how do you think East Carolina, bounces back from success, from getting that 6th win? You're able to see them a little bit out there warming up now, but you think Mike Houston will have his team ready to go for this game?
I think so. I mean, I had a chance last night as part of the deal we made for me to come on these trips. I interviewed Coach Houston on Friday night once we arrived at the site. So as soon as we got into Baltimore, we did like a 2 or 3 minute interview with Coach Houston. And one of my questions was, how did this team handle success this week? You had your 6th win. That's a big, big step for this program to get to a bowl game, to become bowl eligible. But how did they handle that success? And he said, yeah, we had to bring them back down to earth. We had to get them, we let them celebrate a little bit, but then we had to reel them back in. And they know Navy's next up. And, it's a long football season. It's coming to a quick end all of a sudden, but there's a lot of meat still on the bone.
Double B, Brian Bailey joining us. Do we have, you got that video with Blick? I want to see that, Bailey. Is that out yet on our social media? I haven't seen it.
It should be out soon.
Okay.
I told you, it's cold. It's cold here now, I'm telling you. I'm walking right in the middle of a drill going on, right?
Well, and
Bailey's in the middle of the military.
We talk about how sometimes team like ECU isn't a cold weather team. Yeah. I will say that I've known Brian Bailey a long time. Brian Bailey is not a cold weather reporter. I can assure you. I'll never forget being on the sideline at the Liberty Bowl with Bailey. And Bailey, your face froze, and it froze in weird places, and it looked like you had some type of, like a medical procedure going on or something. Like there was something wrong, a medical emergency.
I had all the fat in my cheeks froze. It was awful.
It did. I honestly didn't even look like you. I almost was like ready to have to call it a emergency responder.
It was. I remember Terry Holland. Same thing. I thought he was standing up dead.
I remember going down there talking to Bailey and saying something, and Bailey was like, "You couldn't. Your tongue was frozen too."
Lou Holtz.
That's what it was, and I was trying to stretch out the muscles and everything and get them out.
I will never forget that. That is not an exaggeration either. And I mean, you lived it, but I was like, it was the coldest I've ever been down.
On that note, Bailey, are you looking forward to being at the Fenway Bowl coming up later this year?
Yeah, how about that? Woo. I'm voting for a warm weather site, and I don't think we're going to get one.
Oh, I saw you at lunch the other day. I know you're hoping for Hawaii again.
Yeah, I was hoping for that, but the word is, I think the Fenway Bowl and the Military Bowl are the two that it looks like
they're the leaders
it'll come down to.
In the clubhouse.
So,
I'll take Military over Fenway. It's closer and it's an ACC matchup.
Yeah, I think I'd take Fenway because it's somewhere I've never been. I'd like to go see Fenway Park, even though it's for a football game and not baseball. But as somebody told me this week, a game in Fenway is good in July with Peter and Peanut.
Yep. Fenway is an ACC opponent too.
Oh,
right?
that's right. You're right. It is. I think it is.
Yeah. Bailey froze. All right, Bailey. Thanks for joining us, man.
I'm getting some new information. So,
hold on.
Talking to Blake, Brian Mueller was talking to him as well. And while they were talking, he said the entire sophomore class for Navy, 32 players, all transferred during the pandemic. So think about that.
Wow.
Yeah.
So that could explain their struggles this year.
It could. But he did say that Ken Niumatalolo is one of the greatest leaders he's ever been around. And he said that he has nothing but respect for him. And, he said that they're getting some heat here, 2-7. And, the fans aren't happy with, not winning some games.
Well, they also had that deal earlier this year, Bailey, where the AD, the athletic director, fired the offensive coordinator. And then
that's right.
Ken Niumatalolo brought him back in as an assistant.
Yeah,
it was kind of like they had some stuff going on. So
yeah, a little drama.
All right, BB, good report, man. Thanks for joining us.
All right,
thanks, B.
There's Blake Carroll. He's not cold, are you, Blake? You good? Nah, he said he's not cold, so we're in good shape. Well, we appreciate it. Appreciate being on, and that video should be up soon.
All right, there you go. Heard Blake Harrell is he wants a cold weather
Blake Harrell likes being freezing cold.
That goes back to earlier this week.
Yeah,
where
you know what he also loves? The time change. He loves it when it gets dark early.
That was actually a comment.
Oh, was it?
I think Kenny said that because I said don't tell Troy D that Blake Harrell loves the time change. That was from a bid we did earlier this week. Congratulations to Blake Harrell. He's on the Broyles Award watch list.
Watch list.
I love an in-season watch list. Those are better than the preseason.
We haven't had a coach on a watch list in I don't know how long.
I want to say, and I don't think I looked this up. I'm going to do it right now. Did Lincoln Riley win that award, or
he won it his first year in Oklahoma, I believe.
Yeah, he was a runner-up
there.
He was a runner-up here.
Okay. Yeah,
because I remember he went to it. He was in the top 5. I remember seeing him there.
He was definitely one here, and then I want to say it was the first year he was under.
You're right.
Stoops.
Well done, Chandler. 2015, Lincoln Riley won the Broyles Award for the best assistant. Anyway, Blake Harrell was a nominee for that award, and we were joking if any team out there wants to hire him as a defensive coordinator or a head coach, we were doing a smear campaign so they wouldn't hire him away from ECU.
They wouldn't want him. I mean, he's too short to be a good defensive coordinator.
He smells.
Troy D went with the height.
I went too short and too bald to be good.
You must be this tall to coach this team.
Yeah, obviously he can't get it done for any other team, so they don't want to mess with him.
Might as well keep him here.
Yeah.
All right, let's get a break in. We'll come back. We'll have more for you. We got Jeff Charles joining us coming up at 2 o'clock. Stephen Igo said to join us as well. A lot more to get to on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. We roll on after this.
In sports, if you think joy only happens after you win, think again. Look at the world's most successful athletes like Serena Williams, Brooks Koepka, and Alex Morgan. They don't spend all their days grinding away. They take time to enjoy themselves, like getting together with friends over a Michelob Ultra, because they know that happiness is the key to winning, and that joy is the whole game, not just the end game. Michelob Ultra. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbs. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Enjoy responsibly. AB Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
UBE and PirateWear.com is excited to offer Pirate Nation the largest selection of new ECU merchandise and tailgate supplies ever. UBE has the best prices in town, so that makes UBE your one-stop shop for all things ECU. UBE does daily restocks of Champion, Adidas, and Under Armour. Don't forget to bring your young Pirates in to plunder the Crow's Nest, which is the only kids store dedicated to ECU. Plenty of free parking uptown in Greenville. Visit them at PirateWear.com. Go Pirates!
Burgers, wings, hand-cut, hand-breaded chicken tenders, fresh salads, and cold beer is the starting lineup at Tiebreakers and has been keeping customers happy for 20 years. Tiebreakers' family atmosphere is the perfect place to come watch your favorite team play while enjoying a great lunch or dinner. In a hurry or looking for catering options? Get Tiebreakers to go. That now includes the new curbside pickup by ordering online at tiebreakersnc.com. Tiebreakers in Greenville and now open in Winterville.
If you are push mowing your yard using an inefficient lawn tractor or your current zero-turn spends more time in the shop than mowing your grass, it's time you look at a Hustler zero-turn lawnmower. Residential mowers from Hustler are built like tanks and drive like sports cars. All Hustler mowers have fabricated, welded steel decks. Don't settle on cheap units with flimsy stamped decks from big box stores. Come see Ron Ayers Motorsports. It will guide you to the right mower for your property and your budget. Find us at Ron Ayers Motorsports, Highway 11, north of the airport in Greenville.
Sawyer's Fun Park is the place to be this holiday season. You know the kids already love it, but now the adults can have fun too. Visit the brand new expanded patio at Sawyer's Fun Park. On Wednesdays, it's karaoke. Thursday is open mic night, and Friday and Saturday evenings always feature live music. Let the kids have a blast hanging out at Sawyer's Fun Park, and now you can have as much fun too. And remember, it's never too early to buy gift cards. Sawyer's Fun Park, fun for kids of all ages, including adults. Sawyer's Fun Park on Corey Road in Winterville.
Do you have any real estate questions about buying or selling residential or commercial properties? Are you curious about this current real estate market? Do you need a property manager for all your rental houses? This is proud ECU alum Scott Harris with RE/MAX Preferred Realty and SD Harris Properties, and I would love to help answer every question you have and show you a real estate experience that will be memorable and enjoyable. Every step of the way, I'm here to make your dreams a stress-free reality. Call me today at 347-1857. That's 347-1857. Go Pirates.
Pirate Radio.
You know, I think this is a pretty blue-collar, tough, hard-nosed fan base, and that's where our teams are going to be.
The voice of the Pirate Nation. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Watch all of Pirate Radio's local programming on YouTube Live. You can go to YouTube, search for Pirate Radio TV, and subscribe. You can watch Pirate Radio Live Monday through Friday from 3 until 6 p.m. and the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate and the U.S. Cellular Fifth Quarter on game days. Go to YouTube, search Pirate Radio TV, and click on the subscribe button. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Brock.
Rolling right along, hour 3 of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Got the voice, Jeff Charles, joining us in just a moment. Still a lot more to get to. Clip Rock, Troy D here, and Stephen Igo in Annapolis joining us on the Fixed NC Live line. Igo, how you doing today?
Still good, Clip. Glad to be out of the car and out of traffic, and glad to be back in Navy. Always a fun game, fun trip, I should say, to make, because the games have not been fun in the past, but excited to be back.
Okay, let's talk about the Orthopedics East injury report and see what's going on right now with the Pirates. Had some banged up guys last week with, Jaquan McMillan. How's he doing health-wise for the Pirates, and any others you know that will or won't be playing today for East Carolina?
Yeah, I'm expecting McMillan to go. I was out of practice Wednesday, and he had his ankle taped, and he was limited, but I would expect him to play again today. It's so early in warm-ups that it's hard to identify the guys as they're not wearing their uniforms, but I'll be interested to see if Josiah Hatfield's back today. I think he's closing in on a possible return. Rob Vanderlyn, who they were hoping to get back at some point late this year, he is unlikely to play today as he continues to deal with a knee injury at the offensive tackle, so that has taken a little bit longer than expected. And they got a lot of bumps and bruises. Juwan Powell probably will not play in the secondary. He was not practicing Wednesday, so they got some guys who are banged up, guys who are playing through stuff, but I wouldn't expect anything crazy as far as absences at this point.
And usually if we ask this Jaquan McMillan playing like that is huge. Today, not necessarily as important when you take on a triple option team as opposed to a spread offense or a high passing rate team. And I saw some good points today. I think it was on Hoist the Colors. People chiming in. This is a big day for your guys like Stringer, Jairo Wilson, maybe even Tegan Wilk, like your best tacklers back there in the secondary or at the linebacker position. So who are those guys for East Carolina that are going to be tested today? Maybe not going against the pass, but coming up and having to make tackles.
Well, that's a good point because the safeties have really struggled the past 2 years. I was looking at some of the game grades from the previous two matchups against Navy. If you remember in 2019, it was Tank Robinson and Daniel Charles who not only struggled against the run at times, but they got beat for several passes over the top. And so Those two guys are no longer in the program. Last year, you had Sean Dorso playing safety. You had Juwan Powell playing some safety. Robert Kennedy, who's also no longer with the program. So you're going to see some guys get some shots who were not with the team the last few years in terms of Keegan Wilk, DJ Ford. Dorso is back. But I would expect this to be a good game for Keegan Wilk. He's excellent against the run. He's got great feet, good open field tackler. Jaira Wilson and Gerard Stringer kind of play that slot nickelback, which will be critical in a game like this. And they're going to have to tackle in space, but they also got to be disciplined because as soon as you lock in and think run, that's when they act like they're going to run, and the slot back goes running past you. So I'm sure Navy will have something up their sleeve early today, but those guys are definitely going to have a good game, tackle well, and get off blocks for ECU to win this game.
Steven, this is Troy. Traditionally Navy doesn't, they're, what's going to happen. I mean, they're going to run the ball. Like you said, they might pass it occasionally, but the stats usually show that they're running the ball. It's just whether you know where, left, right, up the middle, and whether they run that, pitch it on the option. What about ECU? Coach Mike Houston, Donnie Kirkpatrick, they're big ball control guys, time of possession guys. Do you see this being kind of a similar game for East Carolina offensively? Do you see ECU running the ball a lot more today versus the pass?
I think it's cliche, but I think you do have to take what the defense gives you. And the interesting thing about this Navy defense is they've been pretty good against the run this year. They have given up some plays, though, in terms of explosive plays at times. That's been their main weakness. They've been able to create some turnovers, but they've struggled to get after the passer. They've struggled at times to stop the pass, and they have given up a lot of big plays. And they've given up also 3 returns for touchdowns on special teams. So there are times when you can out-athlete them. And, we saw Rajay Harris do it last year when he got outside, had an 80-yard touchdown run, and I wouldn't call Harris one of ECU's, better speed guys. So I think this is the game where you try to get Keaton Mitchell in space, see if you can pop a big play with him. It might be tough to sustain drives throughout the course of the game just because Navy plays a pretty aggressive style. They mix it up. They mix up blitzes, coverages. But teams have had success, just as you mentioned. It's tough to get into a rhythm because their offense holds the ball and their defense mixes it up well.
I keep going back to this like a broken record. People are probably hearing about it, but the effort, the want to is important in a game like this. Coming off win number 6, how motivated was the team last week to go into Memphis and get that 6th win? And now, how motivating is the 7th win? Is that really, as important as the 6th win? For Mike Houston, for this team, yes, it is. They want to keep on winning, keep the momentum going, but the Pirates have to come out with that same intensity that they did a week ago. Tough to replicate that, but, do you think they'll be able to do that today?
I mean, that's the ultimate question because, you discussed it earlier in the week with Big Man and Wager McGee. Like, this is a tough spot for ECU in terms of all the cliches. Team coming off a big win, team going on the road after said big win, back-to-back road games, Navy coming off a bye, playing the triple option, playing in cold weather. Like, everything is kind of stacked against ECU from that point of things. But I think this game is one that ECU, especially since the 2019 game, has prepared for year-round. I think Mike Houston and his staff were embarrassed by the way they played in 2019, and I think they take this game personally. Now, can they relay that to the players coming off their 6th win? That's the ultimate question. But I have no doubt the coaching staff will have these guys prepared. Now, can they go out and out-execute Navy? That's going to be the big question at the end of that.
That reminds me, we had Dominique Davis on this week on Pirate Radio Live. He goes back to he played in the blowout game where East Carolina gave up 76 points, and he said that they came back that next year for 2011, and it's the off season, and they play Navy in like week 10, and they're hammering the players over the head with Navy like that. They didn't want a repeat of that performance. Well, that's the game they went to Annapolis and won in this series in 2011. So maybe this similar things there. I go that ECU's not going to overlook this one because they've been talking about it for so long and wanting to win this game against Navy.
Yeah, Mike Houston hired Blake Harrell partly because he wanted a defensive coordinator that could defend and scheme up the option. So I think this is just – I think as long as Coach Houston's here, he used to run the triple option at the Citadel and Lenore Ryan, so he knows everything that kind of goes into this game. I have very little doubt ECU will be prepared as long as he's here. Now, that's the issue, though. You have some new defensive players, and we talk so much about the option and all that stuff, but But at the end of the day, the offense too has to hold up this end of the bargain at some point in these games. Like they turn the ball over too much for whatever reason. When ECU plays Navy, they go 3 and out, which is basically like a turnover. So the offense has to hold up this end of the bargain today to help give the defense a better shot.
It goes back to something you've said a lot, Troy, this week. It seems like they kind of press against Navy, like I don't know.
Yeah, sometimes I think we overthink it, Steven. And I mean, we have the athletes on defense to handle it. I think this defense is the best it's looked in a long time for East Carolina. So I think they're capable of handling it. If they don't overthink it, don't over pursue, and don't psych themselves out, I think they'll be fine. I think a lot of this game today, honestly, is mental.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, and I asked Coach Harrell about that on Wednesday. You obviously want to prepare and maybe in some sense over-prepare for the option, but how do you make it so it's not, a mental block and just you go out there and play? And he said, the confidence comes from the preparation, and we are going to prepare and have that confidence that we know we can go out and stop. And I thought last year they played well defensively, and the biggest issue was offensively. They couldn't do anything, but part of that was because Mason Garcia just wasn't ready yet. So hopefully with Holton Ahlers back today, they kind of settle down, and getting off to a good start would obviously help that.
Yeah, I mean, last year's game was 27-23 here with Mason Garcia getting the start with really no experience. And as we said, if Holton plays that game, I think East Carolina wins that. This Navy team, would you say they're better than worse from last year's team? And obviously, we'd all agree East Carolina is better than last year's team. So I would say Navy's doing worse than last year. East Carolina's doing better. So on paper, East Carolina should win this thing.
Yeah, but we know games aren't played on paper, Troy. And
True.
I think, too, that the fact that they're coming off a bye and had a senior day, and they're recognizing 25 seniors, and I would expect their coaches to have something that ECU hasn't seen before, just early, especially to try and get a lead on ECU. I think makes it difficult. If this was in Greenville and Navy wasn't coming off a bye, I would feel much more confident. But I still think ECU, they play their ability, will win this game.
All right, great report. Thanks for joining us. So everybody can check out the pregame, postgame, and more on hoistthecolors.net, and see if the Pirate basketball team can keep it rolling tomorrow against Davidson. Good start.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but I've been waiting for this ECU Davidson basketball matchup my whole life, so I'm fired up for that one.
I'm ready. Let's go.
It's a dream matchup for Igo right here. It's the school you often wanted to go to, I know.
Yes, I was offered by Davidson, but I chose to stay home.
Yeah.
Steven, thanks for joining us, man. Enjoy the game.
See you guys.
He turned down a table tennis scholarship, from what I understand.
People forget that.
Yeah.
I tell you what, if it was any other 2-6 team coming here today, or whatever they are, 2-7 team, Troy, I'd feel a lot more comfortable. But like Navy never lets up. They're always going to play tough. Like if this was 2-7 Tulane or 2-7 even Memphis or whatever, I'd feel a lot better about
Correct.
it.
And the thing that worries me, and you look at them this season, because every season's its own book, we can go, I really don't care about the series history at this point, because that's meaningless as far as this year. But I do care about who Navy has played this year. And their 2 wins, look, they have beaten UCF 34-30. They were also victorious over Tulsa 20-17. So they've beaten a couple teams. Look, East Carolina unfortunately should have beaten UCF but did not.
Yeah.
So they are capable of beating a team East Carolina was not capable of beating, if you just want to look at it that way on a simplistic level. But that worries me that they can, if they put it together, they have done it this season, they can do it. And that's why I think you keep hearing Coach Houston say, look, they're the most disciplined team we'll face, no question about it. Doesn't mean that they're the best team we're facing, but they are the most disciplined, and I think we're going to get their best shot today.
All right, let's get a break in. We'll come back. We'll go back out live to Annapolis and visit with the voice, Jeff Charles. He joins us on the Fixed NC Live line to get you ready for Pirates and Midshipmen when we return on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Back with you after this.
The Rick House is Eastern North Carolina's premier American-style restaurant and bourbon bar. Join us at the Rick House for mouth-watering steaks and made-from-scratch pastas. Check out the 16-ounce cowboy steak and our seafood delight pasta. The Rick House is open for lunch daily from 11 to 2, Monday through Friday. Take a break from your workday with lunch at the Rick House. Join us for our legendary brunch on Sundays from 10 to 2. The Rick House, American Provisions and Spirits, 710 Red Banks Road beside the bowling alley in Greenville.
The Buccaneer Music Hall is your beacon of music in the land of pirates and ENC. Open 7 days a week. Plus, the Buck has live music every night, along with football. The Buck has a brand new 15-foot 4K screen, the only one in Greenville, and over 18 big screens with all your college and pro action. Sunday Fun Day will also be stocked with the biggest Bloody Mary and Mimosa bar, along with the NFL Sunday Ticket and food trucks out back. Check out the Buccaneer Music Hall. Open every day, noon until 2 a.m., with live music every night, and now football and food trucks during the day. BMS Builders is your premier custom builder in Eastern North Carolina. With Blackwood and Mills Creek in Greenville, Dalton's Cove in Farmville, and Belmar in Ayden, these are just a few of the developments featuring BMS Builders homes. They can build the home of your dreams. Just ask Dr. Dennis Ross in Greenville or East Carolina football coach Mike Houston. They built their homes, and they can build yours as well. BMS Builders. Give them a call at 916-1578 for BMS Builders. Hey, it's Troy D, proud ECU grad of the class of 94. The holidays are just around the corner, and my friends at Tailgate Classics have a deal that you don't want to miss. Starting Friday, November 19th at 11 a.m., they will be dropping a new shipment of over 75 items, including vintage tees, hoodies, hats, and special vintage merchandise from the Peach Bowl, the Liberty Bowl, the Hawaii Bowl, and so much more. Stop by the store on Evans Street and receive a free koozie with every purchase, or visit them online at shoptailgateclassics.com.
UBE and PirateWear.com is excited to offer Pirate Nation the largest selection of new ECU merchandise and tailgate supplies ever. UBE has the best prices in town, so that makes UBE your one-stop shop for all things ECU. UBE does daily restocks of Champion, Adidas, and Under Armour. Don't forget to bring your young Pirates in to plunder the Crow's Nest, which is the only kids store dedicated to ECU. Plenty of free parking uptown in Greenville. Visit them at PirateWear.com. Go Pirates!
Warren's Hot Dog Pizza, homemade lemonade.
Hey, Pirate Nation, are you ready for some Warren's hot dogs? Warren's original Hot and Judy's mild sweet chili hot dogs have been the official hot dog of sports fans for over 30 years. Pick up a tailgate special this football season of 10 or more hot dogs for only $1.50 each. Warren's in Greenville across from Ron Ayers Motorsports and the new Chocowinity location next to the fire department. Warren's hot dogs. Want some? Get some. Go Pirates.
Hi, this is Phil Steele of Phil Steele's College Football Preview Magazine, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, Georgia has tacked on another touchdown. They lead Charleston Southern 49-0. Ohio State also leading Michigan State 49-0. C.J. Stroud has 6 touchdowns for the Buckeyes. Clemson leads Wake Forest 17-10. Oklahoma has tacked on a touchdown, so they now lead Iowa State 14-7 in the third quarter. It's Texas A&M 45, Prairie View A&M 3. Mississippi State leads Tennessee State 42-0. It's Florida State 26, Boston College 3 in the third quarter. North Carolina has scored again, so they now lead Wofford 27-7 in the third quarter. And Texas still trailing West Virginia 21-10. Tulane still holding on to that 35-7 lead over South Florida in the third quarter. It's Coastal Carolina 14, Texas State 7 in the second quarter, and Iowa and Illinois are underway, but no score as of yet. That is a look at your scoreboard, brought to you by the Buccaneer Music Hall, your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates. Open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night and food trucks during the day during football season. Follow the Buck on Facebook and Instagram for updated schedules, and we'll see you at the Buck. Now back to the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
Da Buck. Clip Rock, Troy D here in the Pirate Radio studios. Shirley Rhodes, Chandler Honeycutt, Studio B, and Jeff Charles, voice of the Pirates, joins us on the Fixed NC Live line, live from Annapolis. Jeff, appreciate your time as always. How you doing today?
Cliff, I'm doing great, and we're getting ready for the Pirates and Navy. It's always a fun trip coming up here. The skies are gray, and the temperature is cool, about 45 degrees. Doesn't really feel quite as cold as it did last week in Memphis, though, but it's always a fun trip up here, and it's, of course, filled with history, and unfortunately, the history for the Pirates in football has not been very good. East Carolina's only won one time in this series. They're 1-7, and the victory was here at Navy Marine Corps Memorial Stadium, and the Pirates won here 10 years ago in 2011, 38-35. Now, when Mike Houston brought his team up here a couple of years ago, it was not a good performance for the Pirates, and a lot of those kids are still on the team, and this is Mike's second visit up here, and he really wants his team to play a lot better than they did in that game 2 years ago.
Jeff, this is Troy. A big part of the theme today on the pregame show we've been talking about is this a perfect setup for what you would call a trap game for East Carolina, a letdown game, coming off a huge win on the road last week. Now they got a road game. They got a big game, big national TV game coming up next Friday. Is this one of those games that East Carolina could find themselves with a lackluster performance if they're not careful?
Well, I know one thing. They got after him in practice on Tuesday, Troy, and I asked Coach that very question about, can you get the guys back down to earth, because it was such a big, emotional, terrific victory last week in Memphis, and he said we got after him pretty good on Tuesday. So the biggest concern I have in this game is really not the intangibles as far as that's concerned. It's just playing against Navy, because they give East Carolina fits, as we all know, and being around the coaching staff on Thursday, as I always am, they all told me to a man, this is going to be a very difficult game for East Carolina to win here. And you have to understand, too, that Navy's had 2 weeks to prepare. They've had some guys banged up. They've got them healed up. They're a little more healthy than they have been for a while, and it gives their coaching staff an opportunity to prepare for 2 weeks and maybe throw a different wrinkle offensively or defensively and against you that you have not seen. So, yeah, there's a real concern that this is going to be a tough game for the Pirates in a lot of different ways.
Jeff Charles joining us live from Annapolis. Jeff, we talked to Stephen Igo a moment ago, said he expects Jaquan McMillan to give it a go today, does not expect Juwan Powell to play for the Pirates. How about more on the Orthopedics East injury report? You can visit online orthoeast.com or go see them for the best experienced and professional medical care on W.H. Smith Boulevard in Greenville. Jeff, what else do you know about injury-wise for East Carolina going into today's game?
Well, I think the news is pretty good, actually, Cliff. Some guys who have been banged up, or I think are a little more healthy today than what they've been. DJ Ford has had that bad shoulder, but I was told this week that he's feeling better with that. But you're right, the guys that you mentioned are going to be out for the game today. Bruce Bivens is doing better. He had that turf toe, and we understand he's a little more healthy today than what he's been. So, all in all, this team, I think, is a little more healthy than what they have been the last few weeks, and that's good news as we enter the 11th game of the season. So as you look at these two teams and match them up today, Navy actually has more guys banged up than ECU. They've had a lot of injuries. They've got 2 starters out today. They've also got like 4 or 5 guys who are contributors and second-team players who are not going to play for Navy today. So they've had probably a tougher year injury-wise than what the Pirates have had.
Visiting with the voice, Jeff Charles, on the Fixed NC Live line. Jeff, we focus a lot on that Navy option attack offensively, but Igo mentioned it. We talked about it earlier in the week that the offense has to do their part in this game today, and even though the scores have gotten out of hand, sometimes ECU's offense has not helped out the defense in this matchup. Navy's not going to turn it over much, if at all, so for East Carolina, they're going to have to play a clean game today, and it's been kind of trending that way for these Pirates offensively, Jeff, playing better as the year goes along. So how about that, the Pirates offense versus Navy's defense? How about that matchup today in Annapolis?
Well, that's what you want to do. You want to jump on these guys and get a lead, because when you do that, it puts them behind the 8 ball running that triple option. If you can get up a couple touchdowns, then a lot of times they're in deep trouble. So the Pirates need a fast start here today if they can get it, and we'll see if they can do that. But you're right, the offense has continued to get better. I don't know if there's a quarterback in the American Athletic Conference is playing better than Holton Ahlers right now. Holton has done a great job during this 3-game win streak, and the running backs continue, I think, to get better every week. And then Steve Shankweiler's done such a terrific job just keeping this offensive line intact some way. I think a lot of weeks these guys are just bandaged up and they're glued together to stay out there and play, but, they've been able to do that. And, we're seeing a guy like Ryan Jones emerge at that tight end / receiver position that he plays, and what a weapon he can be. I mean, he's just an elite athlete who can do so many things on the field. So, yeah, you're right. The offense is coming along. A fast start. If they could get off to a good start today and get Navy down by 2 touchdowns, it certainly bodes well. But, Cliff, you make a good point about turnovers. Most of the time a 2-7 team like Navy is not plus in turnover margin, but they are +4 coming in. And they've only given the ball away 7 times. Now, a lot of that is because they don't throw the ball. They've only had 3 interceptions, and so they've only fumbled it 4 times. Now, their defense is, doing a good job. They're getting 11 takeaways, but +4 for a 2-7 football team, you don't see that very often.
That's a good point on the UB stat sheet. Jeff Charles joining us. Jeff will be on the call today. Got one more regular season football game and then a bowl game, and then Jeff will be full-time hoops. And how about those basketball Pirates, Jeff? Have you been able to watch them the last couple of nights? Hung around with Oklahoma, didn't win, but nice response coming out and beating Old Dominion last night. Pirates, Joe Dooley's guys playing pretty well right now.
Well, there's no doubt about it. They played, I thought, an excellent first half against Oklahoma, and yes, I did get a chance to listen to that game and watch that game. And they were right there with a Big 12 program. And then in the second half, they didn't play quite as well. Down the stretch, there were some plays I know they wish they would have had back. But, they were right there toe-to-toe with Oklahoma. And how many times have we been able to say that in recent years against a Big 12 basketball program? The Pirates were in the game and had a chance to win. And then it was a good bounce-back win with Old Dominion last night, and they shot the ball well. They shot the ball well from the field, from 3, and from the free throw line. So when you do that, you got a chance to win some games, and hopefully this team will continue to play well. They've got one more tomorrow in Myrtle Beach, and then guys get a little bit of a break, won't play until a home game coming up on Saturday, a week from today, against Coppin State. So, get these 3 games under their belt, get a chance to come back and correct some things, get a little rest, and then get ready to play a home game against Coppin next Saturday.
Voice, thanks for joining us as always. Have a great call today, and we'll see you back here in the Pirate Radio studios and back on Pirate Radio Live next week. We appreciate your time.
Okay, Cliff, thanks so much.
There's the voice. Jeff Charles getting ready for another ECU Navy matchup. Troy, he has called every game of this series. So Pirates only 1 win, but looking for number 2 today.
Next week when you have Voice on, it'll be the day after Thanksgiving, but you'll have to ask him your Thanksgiving question. I thought it was a little too early. I almost went in on it.
Should have gone with it.
I was afraid it wouldn't be appropriate at this time. But what is his favorite side dish for Thanksgiving?
I always like to kind of peer into the life of Jeff Charles. Yeah. What is he? That you remember that day? This was back on the Live at 5 days.
Next week?
Yeah, I will.
Okay.
The Live at 5 days. That was when we found out that Jeff Charles liked Keeping Up with the Kardashians.
Yeah, that was his favorite reality show.
We were absolutely shocked.
Stunned.
That Voice was in there.
Yeah, like he liked wrestling and certain things and sports. But yeah, he said he was hooked on Keeping Up with the Kardashians. I would have lost money on that bet.
Bruce Caitlyn Jenner's wife's name, what was it? What's their name?
Yeah, Bruce's
what's the name, Charlie? Help me out.
Kim's mom.
Yeah.
Kim's mom?
Yeah. What's her name?
Oh, my gosh.
She's the head of the family.
Not Chloe, not Kim, not Courtney.
Yeah. She's the one that put the whole show together.
Anyway, Jeff Charles.
He's a big fan of her. I've talked with him about her.
He mentioned her name.
Yeah, many times.
Boy,
what is her name? What is Kim Kardashian's mom's name?
Shirley's
I'm working on it.
I'm upset
Shirley,
you're
my entertainment reporter.
I know, this is bad, Shirley.
Wow.
This is bad.
Is it Chris?
Yes, that's it.
Chris.
Yeah, it's K-R-I-S.
Boy, that Chris, I tell you.
Yeah, I think Jeff and Chris, keep Jeff away from Chris. Could be a situation.
All right, let's take a time out. We'll come back. Wrap up hour number 3. Troy's like a fungus. He just
What's coming up hour 3?
We're in hour 3.
Oh, I mean, what's coming up next segment? Give me a peek at the next hour.
This is a classic one, Troy, that I like to call segments.
Segment. right, I'm going to sit with you for the next
It's
segment.
anything goes.
Well, that's
This is
my
your kind of segment.
That's my kind of segment. I can't leave now.
Still to come, we got Brian North, we got Blake Harrell, we got a lot more on the way on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Back with you after this.
Pizza. What you got there, Dad? Oh, man, the new Bacon Mania lineup from Papa John's. Oh, it's the triple bacon pizza, topped with full strips of bacon. Woo, that smell of bacon through the house has everyone showing up. And I mean everyone. It's the season of bacon at Papa John's. Better ingredients, better pizza.
Tired and sluggish? Down in the dumps? Or just have the blahs? Maybe you need to hydrate. Revive Health and Wellness on East 10th Street in Greenville offers IV hydration that can help you with lack of energy, improve your mood, assist with immunity, even fix a hangover. Locally owned and operated, the team at Revive Health and Wellness are experienced and licensed registered nurses that will assist you in preparing for your IV session. Call or text today with questions or to set an appointment with Revive Health and Wellness. 252-350-1805. That's 252-350-1805.
Mercer Glass is clearly different.
Hi, this is Todd Mitchum with Mercer Glass, Eastern North Carolina's most complete glass company. Mercer Glass specializes in windows, shower doors, auto glass, and mirrors. We can install or repair almost anything made of glass in your home or business. So give us a call at Mercer Glass. That's 752-5101. That's 752-5101.
North Carolina State Parks is proud to announce that they have partnered with the Hometown Strong program. Our visitor centers are now equipped with public Wi-Fi to help kids with school. Remote learning has become a critical public health measure in maintaining social distance and continuing to educate our young people. Take advantage of Wi-Fi and a hike at Goose Creek State Park or a day trip to the beach and access remote learning at Fort Macon State Park. For more information, visit hometownstrong.nc.gov.
Hey Pirate Nation, Lindsay Gray here with Carolina Caliber. In 1960, my granddaddy started his firearm business right here in Eastern NC. Still family owned and operated, we have the area's largest selection for outdoor shooting sports and accessories and are one of the nation's top firearm dealers. At Carolina Caliber, we have everything you need from hunting, home defense, and personal protection, including a wide variety for ladies and youth. We buy, sell, and trade. It's a time-honored tradition. Visit us at Carolina Caliber on Fire Tower Road in Winterville.
Pirate Radio.
And you write that down, because when you're at East Carolina, you go for it every time. Or you don't coach at East Carolina, you don't come to East Carolina, you don't play at East Carolina with a weak heart. Write it!
The voice of the Pirate Nation. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Did you miss a show on Pirate Radio? Well, listen to all of Pirate Radio's archived local programming by subscribing to us on Apple Podcasts, SoundCloud, or Spotify. Subscribe today by going to the podcast app on your iPhone or Apple device and search for Pirate Radio Audio Archives. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Brock.
Alrighty, wrapping up hour number 3 here on a quick moving Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Always helps to have a guest in studio, Troy D. So thank you for your service.
I've enjoyed riding along with you guys today. I have to do this more often.
Makes it go by fast. We got some guests to get to in hour number 4. We'll talk to Brian North, also hear from ECU defensive coordinator Blake Harrell. His defense will be under the microscope today as they take on Navy. We try to stop that triple option, which has been an issue in the past for these East Carolina football teams.
Be another feather in Blake Harrell's cap this season if he can find the code to do that?
Boy, we're really going to have to crap on him next week if he's able to stop the option today.
You have to come up with some new problems for him.
Exactly.
Yeah. I was afraid people would see. I was afraid Coach would actually see those tweets and not know the segment joke that you were doing on the air that kind of tied over into Twitter and take it the wrong way.
It all started with my initial tweet that said Blake Harrell is overrated. And if there's a team out there, trying to hire him away from East Carolina, don't bother. He's not worth it.
Yeah.
He did late in the week like that tweet.
Yeah. So maybe
which tells me I think he's in on the joke and everything's okay.
Good. Yeah, we're just trying to keep him at ECU.
If he denies all media requests from Pirate Radio, let me know. I will explain it to him and apologize.
Then we can put out Coach Harrell won't even talk to the local media.
There you go.
Yeah.
Hey, we got a real beef with him here.
Yeah.
All right, Chandler is celebrating a Clemson Tiger touchdown run. Clemson goes up 23-10 PAT pending on 9-1 Wake Forest. This game is important for ACC standings because, here's one for you, Troy. So Wake Forest in the driver's seat to win their side of the ACC.
9-1 right now.
But Clemson's still alive. Who leads the coastal side of the ACC? In fact, I'll run down the teams for you.
All right.
I know North Carolina's over there, Miami, Duke. Let's see. Who are the other teams on that side? Pittsburgh is in there, Virginia, and Virginia Tech. That might be it. Georgia Tech. North Carolina, Georgia Tech, Miami, Virginia Tech, Pittsburgh, Virginia, Duke.
Is it Miami?
No. Pittsburgh is 20th in the country. It's one of the most.
It's kind of sneaky. They're
under the radar things of the year, and they're pretty much controlling their side. They're going to be in the ACC championship. We could have like a Pitt Wake ACC championship, which is
kind of weird. Yeah,
ACC is down. Of course, it's always been down. It's just been Clemson leading the way, and everybody else. And this year, with Clemson struggling. Just no power in the ACC.
7-3, but the Clemson fans I know are ready, to freaking jump off the bridge.
Yeah. Well, the expectations are so high there.
Yeah.
And Georgia looks like they are about unbeatable right now with the way their defense played. Clemson gave up, 3 points to Georgia, and the 7 came on a pick 6. Do you remember that first game of the season? Clemson, Georgia, huge game.
Oh, yeah.
It was 10-3 was the final, I think. And that touchdown was scored on defense. So Clemson has played Georgia the best all year.
Yeah.
Georgia has absolutely blown out everybody else.
What do you think happens? Let's, run a what-if scenario. If I think Cincinnati could lose here to East Carolina, but if let's just say they run the table, will they be in the mix? Will Cincinnati be in the mix?
Here's what they need to happen. They need to win out. They need Alabama to lose in the SEC championship to Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
That would give them 2 losses.
Mm-hmm.
They need Oregon to lose tonight to Utah. Utah is actually a favorite against number 3 Oregon tonight. And then I guess you need...
See, I don't think it matters any of this. I think they're going to be slotted. If they win out, they'll be slotted at number 6. And they'll be like UCF was that year where they were trying to make a case. Remember,
so you're saying...
They'll be slotted at 6. If they win their bowl game, they'll do what UCF did, and they'll hang up national championship banners like UCF has.
So does 2-loss Alabama get in over undefeated Cincinnati?
Yes. The way this thing works, it's skewed.
2-loss Oregon.
Committee.
2-loss Oregon does not get in.
No, but a 2-loss Alabama, I think, eclipses Cincinnati. I think it's weighted against the haves versus the have-nots.
If that's the case, then you're right, because the Michigan-Ohio State winner, whoever wins that next week, will be in. Georgia will be in. You're saying 2-loss Alabama will be in. But if Alabama loses, Oregon loses, Cincinnati, then you're going to have to argue Cincinnati versus those teams.
I just think it's so biased against teams that aren't in the Power 5 conferences right now.
Yeah. Right now, Cincinnati is at 5. And you're going to have a team ahead of them lose the rest of the way.
Yeah.
I think one of them will. Now, the problem is if Alabama...
But it'll all be for naught because I think East Carolina punches their ticket out of there.
Yeah.
So which would be great.
It's not going to matter anyway.
Yeah, it'd be fantastic.
So,
what a going away gift we could give the Bearcats.
Exactly. Screw them, right? I mean, heck, East Carolina knocked off top 5 Houston in basketball last year.
Don't tell me it can't happen.
Let's knock off top 5.
Anything's possible, Clip Rock.
That's right. I'm starting to get on board with that.
Yeah. Could you imagine? I can.
Yeah. Troy D.
That's not even like that far of a fantasy. It's less than a week away now if you think about it, that game. East Carolina on a short week this week.
Yeah.
Got to come back playing on a Friday.
Yikes.
If you think about that.
Yeah.
Got the press conference Monday now.
Correct.
So, yeah, everything's kind of moved up a day.
Yeah. And, all right, let's get your... you like the Pirates today.
I like the Pirates. I think close game, Pirates pull it out.
Sometimes this show can kind of sway. Yeah. Like we get up.
I do see the scenario of the things that are working against East Carolina.
They're out there.
They are out there, but can they overcome that? I think they can. But in other teams, I don't think we would have. I think, I hope we can. That's what there'll be some interesting storylines to cover on this thing.
Hey, here's something you've never heard before going into a football game. The first quarter will be important, Troy D.
Yeah.
A good start and not going 3 and out, giving Navy a short field, like that is crucial.
And Navy doesn't strike me as a come from behind team.
No,
if you jump on them early, there are some teams that will, East Carolina's a come from behind.
Not that they're going to quit, they're just not built to come back.
Correct. So. They don't have a wide open offense like in a passing offense that even like East Carolina does. So it can come from behind quickly if they have to. I think if you jump on them early, you got them.
All right, Troy D. Who knows? You might be here next segment, but we're wrapping up hour 3 here.
This is hour 3. I think 3 hours is good for a Saturday for me.
All right, you put in your 3 hours of work.
I've clocked in, brought the food. The brownie's starting to affect me now. I'm getting in a little bit of a food coma. I had a lot of energy early, and now I'm ready for a nap.
You're not going to take a second quarter nap today, are you?
I have been known to fall asleep at halftime and wake up in the fourth quarter.
Hey, yeah, and be back for the best.
My couch is real comfortable too.
Good to hear.
So my goal is I may drink an energy drink though because I don't want to miss any of the game.
All right,
it is, and we should let fans know. I've had some folks ask me. I was at Bagel Man this morning.
Man, great spot.
Started my day there. Ran into John Grillo,
best Reuben in town.
The Reuben is out of this world.
Getting ready to expand. By the way, is Bagel Man another week or two? They're going to double in size.
Oh wow!
And they are going to be open for dinner.
Dinner?
So, dinner.
They're open for dinner?
I don't know why I said it like that, but it just came out like that.
Dinner!
It's going to be... most places are dinner, but I know. But they're going to be open for dinner. Serving all type of items.
By the way, Bagel Man, Bagel, you're like, how many actual food items can they have? They have a huge menu.
Amazing. And I like their, in fact, BLT... They've got a good veggie sandwich. I mean, they got a lot of good stuff. But I ran into John Grillo, kind of the
John
Grillo. Troy, what channel is it on? I said it's going to be on CBS Sports Network, John. CBS, is that like Channel 9?
60 Minutes?
No.
John Grillo with the bagel.
It's not CBS, it's not Brian Bailey CBS local affiliate. It's the CBS Sports Network. It's like up in the...
So Billy Weaver's going to be calling the game?
So be aware, it is CBS Sports Network, but it is nationally available, widely available, and if not, then you can go to a local sports bar like Tiebreakers and watch it.
They will have it ready for you on the big screen.
And I saw Tiebreakers is hosting a viewing party today.
Nice.
So
we'll be enjoying some Tiebreakers after the game on the U.S. Sailor Fifth Quarter.
Perhaps while drinking a ice-cold Bud Light.
There you go.
I feel like a NASCAR sponsor.
We got all of them in this segment.
Thanks to Parker's again, by the way.
Well done.
All right, I'm gonna let you guys take it home.
All right.
I had a lot of fun hanging out with you guys.
Enjoyed it, Troy D.
Thanks for joining us, Troy.
And I'll see you Monday at 5.
Pirate Radio Live. We'll be here. All right. When we return, you'll hear the voice, Jeff Charles, go one-on-one with East Carolina defensive coordinator Blake Harrell. That's on tap on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, hour 4 after this.
Suffer from allergies, asthma, or any other sinus problems? Perhaps professional cleaning of your air ducts could help. Family owned and operated in Winterville for over 22 years, Carolina Quality Air was the first certified duct cleaning company in Eastern North Carolina. From residential to commercial, they can handle any size job, big or small, including our studios here at Pirate Radio. Carolina Quality Air uses a sanitizer that kills mold in your ductwork and over 100 viruses, including the coronavirus. Visit them online at carolinaqualityair.com.
Hi, I'm Annalie Newhoff.
And I'm Rob Campbell.
And we are with CopyPro. We have been locally owned and operated here in Eastern North Carolina for almost 50 years. CopyPro is the leader in office technology.
Does your business struggle with keeping printing costs low or producing professional documents? Here at CopyPro, total customer satisfaction is our #1 priority.
We have a variety of solutions to help reduce your printing expenses and make your business more productive. Call us today at 1-800-682-6558 or online at copypro.net.
CopyPro, we are the professional office systems people.
Are you suffering from anxiety, sleep issues, or chronic pain? Have you heard of CBD? Hemp Garden of Greenville is your premium CBD provider in Eastern North Carolina. Find yourself experiencing increased aches and pains as the cooler months roll in? Hemp Garden offers an assortment of pain-relieving topicals, including lotions, creams, and muscle rubs. Visit Hemp Garden to speak with a CBD specialist in a relaxed and welcoming environment today. Exclusive discounts are offered to first-time customers. Hemp Garden, located at 3040 South Evans Street in the Target Shopping Center in Greenville.
That's for you. Answer the call from patients who need plasma. Donations are down, so give plasma at a Grifols Center and receive compensation. Visit grifolsplasma.com. Gonna get that? Answer the call from patients who need plasma and receive up to $700 your first month when you donate at a Grifols Center. Visit grifolsplasma.com.
Every team knows that the two-point play can be a winning move. That's why I'm here. State Farm agent Timothy Sawyer and my team are here to help you go for two by combining your home and auto insurance. It's a great call that saves you time and money. So go for the win and score some savings by combining your home and auto. It's just another way we're here to help life go right. Call me, Timothy Sawyer, at 493-0002 today.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
Well, I think Georgia and Ohio State are trying to see which team can score the most points. Georgia has a 56-7 lead over Charleston Southern in the third quarter. Ohio State has run just a tad stagnant. They're still holding steady at 49-0 over Michigan State. Wake Forest has kicked a field goal. They now still trail Clemson 24-13 in the third quarter. Oklahoma leads Iowa State 21-7 in the third. Texas A&M has a 52-3 lead over Prairie View A&M. Mississippi State leads Tennessee State 49-0. Florida State holds a 26-10 lead over Boston College in the third. North Carolina has a 34-14 lead over Wofford in the fourth quarter. Northwestern trailing Purdue 26-14. Penn State leads Rutgers 21-0. It's West Virginia 28, Texas 17. Tulane has a 42-7 lead over South Florida in the fourth quarter. Coastal Carolina and Texas State are tied at 14 apiece, and Illinois has a 10-0 lead over Iowa. That's your Buccaneers scoreboard, brought to you by The Buck. It's your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates, open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night and food trucks during the day during football season. Follow The Buck on Facebook and Instagram for updated schedules. We'll see you at The Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's Clip.
Yeah. Need Michigan State to participate in this over a little bit. It's been all Ohio State. Yeah. And this one, 49-0. Presented by The Buck.
The Buck.
Thank you. And they Ohio State has their backup quarterback in. Ohio State, bigger fish to fry. Bigger fish to fry. They've got their, of course, annual rivalry game with Michigan coming up, which will be, if Michigan holds serve, they play Maryland today, I think. Be two top 6-ish, 5-ish teams going at it next week. Where is that game? Ohio State, Michigan next week. Let's find out real quick. as I enjoy sandwich number 2 from Parker's Barbecue. That game is at the Big House, Saturday, November 27th at noon, Ohio State at Michigan. Some good news on the Orthopedics East injury front. Just saw that Stephen Igo tweeted.
None. I'm sorry.
Josiah Hatfield is back this week for East Carolina, so he has missed the last 2 games. The wide receiver for the Pirates will be back today.
I was hoping there would be none. 0.
As in
9.
People listed on the injury report?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's talk some Pirate defense. East Carolina, and that side of the ball has just improved light years over the last few years. East Carolina giving up 24.5 points a game. That is a really good number in today's world of college football. East Carolina giving up 144 yards a game on the ground. That number will go up today. Pirates are giving up 245 yards per game through the air. That number will go down today. That's what happens when you play Navy. East Carolina giving up an average of 390 yards per game. Pirates have been awesome on third downs. Now, there's a key stat for today on the UB stat sheet. Will East Carolina be forcing Navy into 3rd and 2s, 3rd and 3s, or 3rd and 7s, 3rd and 8s? That's going to be a key today because Navy can burn you on those 3rd and shorts. But on the year, East Carolina giving up just 31% on third down. Opponents are 11 of 16 on 4th down against East Carolina this year. So 4th down defense has not been as good as 3rd downs for this team. Let's hear what Blake Harrell had to say as Jeff Charles went one-on-one with the East Carolina defensive coordinator.
A visit now with ECU defensive coordinator Blake Harrell. And, Coach, take us inside the coach's room this week. And what was it like with the defensive staff trying to figure out this Navy offense again, the triple option? And what are you guys going to do to try and stop it today?
Yeah, Navy's a very good offense, very balanced attack as far as just, what they can do, hit it inside, hit it outside. I think they're coming off the ball really good up front with the O-line. Coach Ashley Ingram's got them rolling up front. Coach Ivan Jasper doing a really good job. Coach Nehemiah, all those guys just, really greased up offense like usual. So, we've been practicing Navy throughout the season. We practiced a little bit during fall camp, and then we continuously keep that up throughout the season just so it's fresh in our minds. And, then you got to get back and dive all into it this week and be ready to go and have some different plans for it and different ways to stop it and get the job done. So you got to make sure that you're sound in everything you do because they've seen all those looks at some point in some time. And most importantly, you got to make sure your players feel comfortable with what you're doing. They have confidence in what you're doing so they can play fast and physical and play football the way we want to play, just like every game this year.
Coach, you guys have familiarity with this offense. I know when Coach Houston was at the Citadel, he ran this offense. And, of course, you have also been close to this offense before. So, there have been other staffs that have been here at East Carolina, really haven't had a whole lot of experience with the triple option. But you guys have. So, at least you've got that going for you going into these games.
Yeah, I've been fortunate to be on the sideline when the offense is out there, and they seem to hold the ball forever and keep the defense off the field. So we got to make sure they don't do that to us, and that's the biggie. And just being familiar with it and all those spring practices and fall camps and going through it does certainly help. But you also see that if you don't get them off schedule, get them behind the sticks, how dangerous that offense can be. They can leave you on the field for a long time and all those type of things. So we got to try to avoid those things.
Coach, your defense this year has really rallied to the occasion when you've really had to come up with a big play. I think about last week, Bruce Bivens made a great play on the 2-point conversion that failed, and it seems like you guys have been able to do that a lot this year.
Yeah, as somebody each and every week just kind of steps up and does their job, and Bruce, it was Bruce last week, it was somebody else the week before that, but just, everybody in that room just playing hard as they can with all-out effort, all-out energy for our program, for Pirate Nation, and don't really care who gets the credit, just want to get a win at the end of the day.
Well, I would guess Jaquan McMillan was not 100% last week, but my goodness, he went out there and he got another pick, his 5th of the year. How is he for this week?
Yeah, we weren't for sure he was going to play. He practiced a little bit last week, and just kind of as the week went on, he got better and better and was able to play some on Saturday, which was awesome. And, this week he feels even better than he did last week. So we're excited about that, and we're getting to the point where we get some guys back. DJ Ford was out there for the first time really in a few weeks, so it's nice to have those bodies back and have those guys back out there.
So, Coach, how important is it for your defense in this game against Navy to not let them to jump out and get a couple of touchdown lead on you?
No, there's no question. I mean, if you do that against these guys, you're in trouble because they can limit possessions for you and they can make it a short game really quick. So you got to make sure that you get off to a great start, and you got to try to hold that offense down and get them off the field and get the ball back to our offense. So really tough, and you got to make sure that just you do your job play after play, because one play can lead to a big play for them.
Yeah, no doubt about that. They lull you to sleep, and then they can hit you with a pass over the middle. And Michael Cooper's about 6'5". It seems like he's been there for about 10 years, but he is a dangerous threat, isn't he?
No question. And he'll come in and he'll block on the edge, crush the end, or cave them, whatever they want to call it, and then load the backers. And then next thing you know, he's slipping up the middle and he's free, and nobody's around him because everybody's got their eyes in the backfield. And just a dangerous guy, big target. Had a good game against us last year, I believe, and very familiar. I'm like you. It seems like he's been there forever.
Coach, how about the quarterback? They've had such great quarterbacks down through the years, some really quick, small guys. This guy's a bigger guy they're playing today.
Yeah, Lavatai is a really good player. He's a bigger guy that, does a really good job operating the offense, reading it with his veer, midline, running his own option, those type of things. So got our hands full. He's a tough kid, and, not only can he hurt you with the legs, but does a good job when he puts the ball in the air. So he's got to do a great job just fitting up our responsibilities and do a good job tackling him.
Coach, on a personal note, congratulations. You've been nominated for the Frank Broyles Award, which recognizes the top assistant coach in all of college football. So congratulations to you.
Well, thank you. Just blessed to work for, great people, work with great people, and most of all, it's about our players. Without them, all this becomes because of team success. Individual accolades come from team success. And at the end of the day, what we're most worried about and what we're most concerned about is getting a W versus Navy and getting wins and playing well. So that's it's great to have little accolades, awards on the side, or recognition, whatever it may be. But at the end of the day, we just want to win football games, and that's our players too. So that's what we look forward to doing.
That's ECU defensive coordinator Blake Harrell.
Overrated. Just kidding. Overrated. Blake Harrell there. He hates puppies. What a job he has done for this East Carolina defense, and a tough task today. But Jeff brings up a good point. Mike Houston and Blake Harrell, a background with this option offense certainly doesn't hurt when you head into a game against Navy like the Pirates are coming up. About 45 minutes or so from now. We'll take a timeout, come back, and have more for you on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. We roll on hour number 4. Back with you after these words.
Sorry, my computer just decided it didn't want to work.
That's all right.
Stupid computer.
Why do I run? Is it because I'm driven? Because I love the challenge? God, no. I do it for the beer. If you're the kind of runner who does it for the beer, this summer you can get one on us with the Michelob Ultra Beer Run. Grab your run buddies and get out there, because this summer there's beer at the finish line. Sign up at ultrabeerrun.com and trade your miles for beer.
At US Cellular, we can help everyone stay connected for less. And less also means more, as in more choice. Right now, you choose any phone and we make it free. Plus, get unlimited data for $30 a month with 4 lines. US Cellular, America's locally grown wireless. Terms apply. See uscellular.com for details.
This is Brandon Tate, owner and operator of Atlantic Wireless, an authorized agent for US Cellular since 1997. Visit atlanticwireless.com to find the store near you. We go beyond the call.
Hey Pirate Nation, this is Tom Brown from Brown & Wood Cadillac. We've been serving the Pirate Nation in Eastern North Carolina for 83 years. We have 4 brands, 3 generations, 2 showrooms, and 1 goal to make sure you leave a happy customer.
This month at Brown & Wood, get a 2021 Cadillac CT5 lease at $489 a month, 10,000 miles a year for 36 months for qualified buyers. And as always, Brown & Wood is the home of the lifetime powertrain warranty.
We're located on Greenville Boulevard next to the Convention Center, or shop us online at brownandwoodauto.com.
Other food delivery apps charge surprise fees, but Domino's is giving away $50 million worth of surprise frees, like free pizza, lava cakes, or cheesy bread when you order delivery online. And we found some unique ways to get the word out. Like screaming it! We even called Paul Revere.
Free lava cakes are coming!
Order delivery online and you could get a surprise free from Domino's. No purchase necessary. Open U.S. residents 13 and up through 11/21/21. Odds of winning are 1 in 14. See rules at surprisefreeze.domino's.com for free entry, blackout dates, restrictions, and details.
This is Holt Nailers, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. For the latest breaking news, interesting stories, and awesome contests that can make you a winner, be sure to follow Pirate Radio on our social media. You can follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at PR927FM. Join the over 50,000 followers today. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
Alrighty, back with you. East Carolina Navy set to go at it 3:30 on CBS Sports Network. We had a listener, I believe Eric, says, nice cool day in Annapolis. A lot of purple and gold here representing. That according to Eric on Facebook Live. Robert says, Georgia must be better than us. Charleston Southern played us a little tighter than they're playing Georgia. Yeah, I would agree. I think Georgia's a tad better than East Carolina this year. But you never know until you play on the field. But Georgia up 56-7 as they have taken the foot off the gas against the Bucks there, the Bucks, in the second half. Clemson, oh my goodness, Chandler. What has happened in this Clemson-Wake Forest game?
Sam Hartman with a bobbled snap.
All right, more like Sam Fartman.
Wow.
Yeah. That was a good one.
Thank you.
Sam Hartman, man, who I feel like has been there 10 years at Wake Forest.
I'm like, damn, Hartman. I watched Sam Hartman on QB1 on Netflix. You ever seen that?
Was he on that?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
And that was a long time ago.
So was Jake Fromm.
So was Spencer Rattler.
But now it was Hartman on the same season as them.
I don't recall the season. I feel
there was a guy that was in there with Rattler and Fromm that was committed to Wake Forest.
Sam Hartman? A different guy that transferred.
Yes.
Okay. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead.
He bobbled a snap, and it gave Clemson the ball back with pretty good field position, and they just punched it in. Now they lead 38-13.
Yeah, getting away from Wake, and now Wake. That's going to be their first ACC loss because the North Carolina game was a non-conference game because nothing makes sense. Now Wake can still beat BC next week and go to the championship.
I don't know.
Because Clemson...
I'm so confused with all of that.
Well, Clemson's lost to NC State, right?
Yes.
And they lost to another ACC team?
Pittsburgh?
A team that I like to call Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh, yeah.
So they have 2 losses. This will be Wake's first, so Wake can still make the ACC championship if they go to Chestnut Hill and beat Boston College next week. Let's get some Navy perspective here. Really cool to catch up with Brian Blick. By the way, Bailey has an interview on video with Brian Blick out on our social media sites. He is the former Rose quarterback who is now the director of football operations at Navy, but had a chance to talk to him earlier this week about Navy, what they're going through right now, and a little bit on the Army-Navy game, how important that is to Navy and to all these military academies. And here's Brian Blick from earlier this week on Pirate Radio Live. Brian Blick joining us on the Fixed NC Live line. Brian, Navy coming into this game 2-7. If East Carolina played any other 2-7 team at this point in the year, I think folks will be feeling pretty good about their chances. But it's Navy, it's Kid Niumatalolo. We know the history between these two teams, and we know how hard Navy goes each and every game day Saturday. So despite the record, you better believe that there's a ton of respect given towards the way of the midshipmen. What Brian, when you look at this season thus far, and you've had some good wins against Tulsa and, of course, against UCF, great win there against the Knights. What's been going on game days for this Navy midshipman football team? Why 2 wins instead of the normal 6, 7, 8 we're used to seeing from them?
Yes, sir. Well, as you know, there's a lot that goes into winning football games, and it's getting harder and harder. It seems like each year with the stuff that goes into winning football games. And there's no excuse here for us for not winning. The good thing is, and kind of sitting inside the building and behind the curtains, watching things happen here in our building and in our locker room, and seeing it play out on Saturdays. As a graduate of this school, as an American, I couldn't be prouder of the leadership that I've seen firsthand from our players, our captains, but especially from our coaches. It's easy to pack it in, especially with a slow start. It's easy to go work on your studies or go figure something else out to focus on for our players. But man, these guys battle day in and day out, and at the end of the day, we're just trying to create leaders of character that are going to go out and serve our country. And sometimes you got to go through tough things. Life is hard, man. War is hard. Combat's tough, and in order to get tough, you got to go through tough times, man. This is a really tough time for our program, this last little stretch, but our guys keep strapping it up. They keep coming to work. They have great attitudes, and they keep grinding. And I couldn't be happier with what these guys are doing. And I think our alumni, our school is just proud of these fellas for keep doing what they're doing. So we're excited for the challenge with East Carolina coming into town. I think there's a ton of mutual respect between programs, and personally, I'm just happy to see some familiar faces come up to Annapolis. Now it's a little cold. It's getting wintry over here, but it'll be nice to see some familiar faces.
Could be the first of two trips for East Carolina to Annapolis. The Pirates 6 wins, Brian, as you know, and heading back to a bowl for the first time since 2014. The Military Bowl, a possibility for East Carolina's future, but they'll take on the Midshipmen coming up this Saturday. Navy has Temple on the 27th, and then it's the Army-Navy game, and we've talked about this in the past with you, Brian. Navy went on a stretch from 2002 to 2015, winning every Army-Navy game. Army got them from 2016 to 18. Navy won in 19. Army in 2020. So they've been going back and forth the last few years. And it's tough to put into words, probably, Brian, but what does that game mean to both sides, not just Navy, but to Army as well, when the two teams face off on the football field?
Yeah, it's everything. That game's everything that represents our school, our program. It's on every weight in our weight room. It says "Beat Army." The students, as soon as they step on campus, that's one of the first things they learn. It's one of their basic responses. You can only say a couple of things: yes, sir, no, sir, no excuse, sir. And if all else fails, you can say "Beat Army, sir," and get away with it. Every time they go down the hallway as a freshman, and they turn a corner, they have to say "Beat Army." So it's deeply ingrained in our school and in the fibers of who we are in our program. So on top of that, there's obviously a larger game at play with what these two schools represent for our country, and all of our players, all of our students here are aware of that, and so it kind of plays into the magnitude of the game. And obviously, then there's the football side of it too. While there's a ton of mutual respect, it's a different rivalry, obviously, from maybe some of the other more well-known sports rivalries in college football. You're not necessarily going to get the same trash talking, and the fans aren't going to get rowdy. It's not like that. There's a ton of mutual respect, but at the same time, it's like playing your brother. And I want to beat my brother more than anything in the world. And Jeff, if you're listening there, I'll still beat you right now. So that's kind of how it is with Army. It's between the lines, you can't stand them, but afterwards you're still going to lock arms, and you know what it represents for our country. We're excited about that game coming down the pipe, but we're excited about this game right in front of us.
All All right, that is Brian Blick, Director of Football Operations at Navy, calling out his brother Jeff Blick. Said he still wants to beat him, just like Navy wants to beat Army, but Navy focused on East Carolina right now, as the Pirates are to the Midshipmen, a 3:30 kickoff in Annapolis on CBS Sports Network. Let's take a break. When we return, we do have a touchdown in the Ohio State game. Michigan State finally gets in the end zone, 49-7, that score. Clemson still pouring it on Wake, although it looks like Wake is close to scoring, Chandler. 38-13 as they head into the fourth.
Yep, that quarter just ended, so it's fourth quarter action time.
Fourth quarter action time.
In Death Valley.
In Death Valley. We will take a timeout, come back, talk to Brian North when we return on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Back with you after this.
Burgers, wings, hand-cut, hand-breaded chicken tenders, fresh salads, and cold beer is the starting lineup at Tiebreakers and has been keeping customers happy for 20 years. Tiebreakers' family atmosphere is the perfect place to come watch your favorite team play while enjoying a great lunch or dinner. In a hurry or looking for catering options? Get Tiebreakers to go. That now includes the new curbside pickup by ordering online at tiebreakersnc.com. Tiebreakers.
Tommy's Express Car Wash is the car wash Greenville is talking about. At the corner of Red Banks Road and Greenville Boulevard, this state-of-the-art wash will keep your car looking great. And now Tommy's has just launched its new 2.0 Tommy's Express app. And anyone who downloads the app now will receive 30 free days of washing with their top-of-the-line wash, the Works Wash. Download the Tommy's Express app now by going to your app store or visit them on location, open 7 days a week at the corner of Greenville Boulevard and Red Banks Road.
You know texting while driving is dangerous. That's not new information. Yet most people admit to doing it anyway. Drivers are 23 times more likely to be involved in a car accident while texting. Know the facts and wait to text. The danger is real and it applies to you. Auto Owners Insurance, the no problem people. Information provided by Virginia Tech Transportation Institute.
This is Norm Bryant with Town Insurance in Greenville. Call me today at 756-8300. Go Pirates.
UBE and PirateWear.com is excited to offer Pirate Nation the largest selection of new ECU merchandise and tailgate supplies ever. UBE has the best prices in town, so that makes UBE your one-stop shop for all things ECU. UBE does daily restocks of Champion, Adidas, and Under Armour. Don't forget to bring your young Pirates in to plunder the Crow's Nest, which is the only kids store dedicated to ECU. Plenty of free parking uptown in Greenville. Visit them at PirateWear.com. Go Pirates!
This is Coach Blake Harrell, defense coordinator for East Carolina football, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, Georgia has a 56-7 lead over Charleston Southern. Ohio State leading Michigan State 49-0 in the fourth quarter. Clemson leads Wake Forest 38-13 in the third. Oklahoma has a 21-7 lead over Iowa State in the fourth quarter. Texas A&M beating up on Prairie View A&M 52-3, and Mississippi State doing the same to Tennessee State 49-3 is that score in the fourth quarter. Florida State holding on to a 10-point lead over Boston College 26-16. North Carolina leading Wofford 34-14 in the fourth quarter. Purdue leads Northwestern 29-14. Penn State continuing to shut out Rutgers 21-0 in the fourth quarter. West Virginia clinging to a 5-point lead over Texas 28-23 with 12.5 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. Tulane cruising over South Florida 45-7 in the fourth quarter. Texas State and Coastal Carolina are tied at 14 apiece in the third quarter. And Notre Dame has an early 3-0 lead over Georgia Tech in the first quarter. That is your Buck Scoreboard, brought to you by the Buccaneer Music Hall. It's your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates. They are open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night and food trucks during the day during football season. Follow the Buck on Facebook and Instagram for updated schedules, and we'll see you at the Buck. Now let's go back into the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's Clip Brock.
All right, here's another score for you, Shirley, to add.
My jaw hurts.
Mercer up 10-7 on East Tennessee State. Mercer 7-2. East Tennessee State is 9-1.
Oh.
Why do we bring that up? A couple of FCS teams there. Intern Macon's brother is the punter for East Tennessee State.
Oh, I did not know that. I knew he played football. I just didn't realize he was there.
So they need to win this. Looks like they're going to be a playoff team anyway, maybe. But we're pulling for East Tennessee State today. So
okay,
just throwing that out there. Those scores presented by Buccaneer Music Hall. Thank you to Da Buck.
Da Buck.
56-7 Georgia. I've got under 65.5. There's 5:29 left. If it came down to it, do you think? And Charleston Southern's got the ball inside the 20. They got it at the 15, third down. Do you think they kick a field goal here to give them 10 points, or do you think they go for a first down if they get fourth down? What do you think, Chandler? 56-7.
You go for it every time.
I hope they do, and they don't kick this field goal here. But this is crunch time. All right, Brian North joins us on the Fixed NC Live line. Brian, how you doing on this Saturday?
I'm doing pretty good, Clippy. I'm going to need some of your expertise, Father, clarification here. We are trying to decide if we have a walker in the house. When do you declare your kid is actually walking? Is
yeah.
Number of steps, the number of times? What is the over-under on steps? When do you declare a walker?
That's a good question because, like, they do the first steps. You're not walking; you are like waddling, and you're in the danger zone at all times that the kid could fall and just create a catastrophe. So, I don't know. We had like a couch recliner or chair situation in the living room, and when Lily could go from one side of the living room to the other, and it was wobbly, but she could get over there in time to keep herself upright. I considered that walking.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
We've done the couch-to-couch thing, and we said 5 steps, right, and maintain their balance and control, and it has to. I think we said we have to do it twice. Like, once could be a fluke, and so it has to be a consistent performance. So we're right on the borderline. We've gotten one of those down. We're waiting for the second for confirmation of the record, and then we can declare a walker.
But before you show it off to friends and family, Brian, you want to go ahead and make sure they're walking upright and not. You don't have to worry about those stumbles, So
yeah, correct. And for video purposes, my kids are poor performers, so every time we can pull a video on it, they don't do it. So
they didn't get the on-camera act from their dad.
No, and thank God. Hopefully, they'll actually go make money at something.
Real quick, Brian, speaking of Brian North on camera, you can see him early morning, also on the Blitz Friday night. Shout out to my nemesis, as you called him yesterday. I hate J.H. Rose. They can die in a fire for all I care. But I like Will Bland. I like RV. I like Marvin Jar. I like all the people. I just don't like the school name, But, man, congrats to...
They have some of the nicest coaches out there.
I know. It makes them tough to hate. I hate it. Congrats to Will Bland and that crew over there for getting... I don't know, Brian. I don't see lines on these games. You'd call that an upset, what they did on the road last night, right?
A little bit of one. It was 6th seed and 3rd seed.
Okay.
I think a lot of us thought it was going to be a pick-em. I wouldn't have picked Rose because I thought Fayetteville 71st was undefeated, and they had a ground-and-pound game that Rose had struggled with. But Will Taylor was really on at quarterback, throwing it around. They got out to the lead, and the defense was what was impressive. They were able to keep the 71st Falcons to 14 points, and they come away with a 20-14 win.
They'll be at home coming up Friday night, I do believe.
Yeah, Scotland, which has had a crazy, Scotland was a big 4A power. Now they're down to 3A, and did this for road trips. If you know where Scotland is, middle of the state, right by the South Carolina border, they've had to go to West Carteret. Then they went to Rocky Mount, Northern Nash last night. Now they have to go to Greenville next week. So they are setting some sort of bus mileage records. And they're coached by a guy, Richard Bailey, who's an East Carteret alum. So there's ties to the area as well, but he'll be in Greenville next Friday night.
That gas bill for the buses that's hurting right about now. Good luck to J.H. Rose on Friday night. We'll talk to Will Bland Wednesday, 3 o'clock right here on Pirate Radio. All right, Brian, Navy, East Carolina. So many different ways you can look at it, and we've done it all this week. Yeah. But you got the fact that Navy has just been tough to beat if you're East Carolina, 1-7. And then you throw in the other stuff, kind of the intangibles. The Pirates winning a sixth game for the first time in 7 years. You got the cigars, you got the party, the hooting, the hollering. Next week, you got Cincinnati. So not only do you have like a letdown opportunity, you got a look-ahead opportunity, a sandwich game, whatever you want to call it. So there's just a lot going into this thing. This has been a tough week for Mike Houston and the coaches, I would think, to get these players' heads right for this game against Navy. Now, as Rick Smith says, if your head's not right, you're going to get hit in the mouth a time or two, and then you either wake up or get blown out. So we'll see what happens when they kick it off. But what do you think about that aspect of it, Brian? Is this team going to be, mentally into it today when they kick it off?
Right, and I think this is where you find out the maturity of your program. And a lot of programs, as they're building, they take those 2 steps forward, 1 step back. And this could be one of those 1 step back weeks because of all the things you mentioned. But I think they probably got their attention right away and said, look, we could still go to the AAC championship game here. This is not out of the realm of possibility.
Yeah.
We're going to need some help. But there's something out there to play for this week. Not only a 7th win and increasing your better bowl chances, but we can still play for a championship here, and that's a pretty cool thing, so let's not blow this opportunity. And, oh, by the way, this is a team that routinely kicks you in the face and puts dirt on it afterwards and scores 70 and 60 and 50 on you in program history. So maybe we ought to right that wrong. And last year, it's a game we should have won, but we didn't have our starting quarterback, and so we got that as motivating factor as well. So I think they probably pulled out all those motivating factors. Has it worked? We're going to find out today, because kids are still kids. They're still 18 to 24-year-olds, and so you're going to have to figure out how they respond. But I think the older kids on the team will play today and kind of lead by example. Maybe some of the younger guys will buy into the hype and skipping over this game, but I think the upperclassmen, I don't think there's any way they let this one slip by.
Brian, we talked about this a lot last year. I feel like we haven't mentioned it much this year, but we had a revolving door of defensive coordinators here at East Carolina, it seemed, and Blake Harrell was brought in. And I remember when he was hired, one of those things that was discussed was he has experience, playing the option, stopping the option. Mike Houston himself has experience of running the option. So, I don't know, maybe that's a little underrated, under-talked about as we head into this game, that gives the Pirates, that can't hurt, right? That experience that East Carolina has on their coaching staff seeing this option, and the fact that they go through it a little bit each week in practice. They've been talking about it since the spring. So it's going to be tough for them to overlook it because they've been hit over the head with it so much.
I think there's a couple factors. Definitely the coaching staff knows how to coach it better than maybe coaching staffs in the past. ECU is starting to see it more because they're playing them every year. And then also, this is not the most talented Navy team either. They don't have the greatest quarterback that they've had the last few years. And so that might make it not easier to defend, but since maybe can't take as much of advantage of the opportunity. So I think all those play a factor. Look, ECU played pretty well against them last year, right? I think if you put Holt Nailers in that game, he had the false positive COVID test that kept him out. You put him in that game, they probably win last year because the defense kept him in that game, and offensively they just couldn't generate enough points. So as long as Holton is available today and the offense is clicking, because they're going to have to score some points. I don't think you keep Navy out of the end zone the whole game. So you're going to have to put some points up there to win this game. But I think there's a much better opportunity because defensively they had some success last year. And I think the philosophies and some of those things, they understand it a lot more now.
Brian North joining us. Brian, we found Wake Forest kryptonite. It is Clemson. And
yeah.
Wake scores 1 million points a week, high flying. They do struggle on defense at times. Clemson finally found their offense today, and that defense has shown up for the Tigers in Death Valley. They're smothering Wake Forest right now, 38-19 in that one.
Well, we always say defense wins championships, and I kind of knew this was going to be the one game on their schedule they were going to struggle with, just the way the matchups go. And the reason the Clemson offense looks better is because the defense has given them a bunch of turnovers in short fields. So you're going to look a lot better. And look, ECU's found that, right, with their defense. whenever you can create turnovers and short field for the offense, you look a lot better. And that's what Clemson's defense has done for that offense today. And they got a couple of turnovers in the second half, and they've really opened this thing up. Now, all eggs in the basket for Wake Forest next week when they go on the road to Boston College.
Brian North joining us. North Carolina fans ready for hoop season, and it is here, Brian. In fact, North Carolina has a big basketball game coming up today against 6th-ranked Purdue. That one coming up at 4 o'clock. And how about the Pirates, Brian, getting a win over ODU last night? I love it because things got chippy. There was some talking going on, and these two teams will meet coming up November 30th in Minji. So a little doubleheader there, two teams that might not like each other. That could be a fun night in Greenville coming up soon.
The old CAA days, right? When ODU was good, and who they have? Odell Hodge, is that?
Oh, yeah, I remember that name.
Yeah, one of the great old mini guys. But, no, that's fun, and I love those regional rivalries, right? Because that's just 3 hours up the road, car drive, and so I like those regional rivalries if you can get them in like that. And so that was great. And as we learned last night from the announcers, I think I saw you on Twitter, you know, you got to be careful of ECU in March. So, you know, that's all great news, breaking news we had last night. So quality all around, apparently, for the basketball program.
This man on national TV said ODU and East Carolina are good programs, winning programs, and teams that are scary in March. I'm like the biggest ECU basketball guy ever, but I am calling BS on all of that. We are not a good program, not a winning program, and we are the least scary team you'll see in March. Now,
pretty bad. You know,
that could change, but as of right now, that is just factually incorrect all across the board.
Except for 1993.
Except for that one moment in time, Brian North. That was, Winston-Salem, North Carolina, East Carolina met?
That was 1993 was in Richmond when ECU beat JMU in the CAA.
Yeah, and then went first round, played North Carolina in the tournament there.
Carolina, in Winston-Salem, correct.
Brian North, a lefty, a JMU guy, joining us. What's JMU doing FCS this year, Brian?
Really good, ranked third, top 3 in the country.
Okay.
And then, of course, they made the big move, and the CAA basically told them to go scratch.
Yeah.
But they should be in the playoffs and be able to make a good deep run.
JMU, a team that's scary in November, December, Brian. That is a fact, right?
Correct. Yeah.
All right. Brian, enjoy your new walker you got over there.
Yeah, we're trying. We're,
enjoy it before she becomes a runner. That's when you really got to worry.
Her older sister is hoping for that. She's looking for a running mate. So, right now they're fueling up on Cheerios off the floor, which I have no problem with. And when we got Mickey Mouse on now, I told them 15 more minutes of Mickey Mouse before we get to watch the Naval Academy and the East Carolina Pirates in action. They like Pirates. I don't know if they like those Pirates yet. We're about to find out.
Brian has 2 daughters, which I'm not saying is easy at all, especially at their ages. But when we talk to him on the phone, it sounds like you've got like 8 kids over there.
Correct. They're loud and proud. There is no doubt. And, I wouldn't want it any other way. Like I would much rather have a loud kid I have to contain than have to like take a cattle prod to get them going.
There you go. You sound like a coach now. You'd rather have that wild kid that you don't have to rile up. He riles himself up. So there you go.
Look, Michael Jordan's dad is my role model. I'm trying to get there. And, oh yeah, my wife says that's not allowed to say. But I tell them they're no good, trying to make sure they get better. I'm trying to use that motivation. So we'll see how that works.
North, enjoyed it as always, man. We'll talk to you again next. We'll try to get you. Let's see, game day Friday. We'll talk to you next Friday.
All right, sounds good.
There is Brian North joining us today on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Let's take a timeout. Come back. We'll have more for you, as we'll have our fantasy picks. I'm the champion for the first time in a long time, because I got Tyler Snead last week. Chandler, you had Rajay. He got in the end zone.
I had Keaton.
He got in the end zone. But did he have enough yards?
I don't know. That's the good question.
I'll look it up during the break.
Okay.
He had like 70, at least, maybe.
For sure, a little bit?
A little bit for sure, if any, in terms of rushing yards. I want to say he went into that game 902, and then he's got 983 now.
Okay.
So that would be 81 yards, which I believe that's what he ended up with.
slow clap. That's fine. I'll do it right now. All right, Keaton Mitchell, 2 for 40 receiving. That's 6. 81 rushing yards. So that's 14. Plus a touchdown is 20.
Uh-oh.
But Tyler Snead, we play PPR, 13 for 113.
Since when?
Since the dawn of man. Since Adam and Eve were butt-ass naked with that apple. Talking about since when, like I'm a rule changer. Don't question my...
I was joking!
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. That's fine.
Tyler Snead wins it last week. 13 for 113 gives him 24 points.
Damn.
That's right.
I really thought I had run away with it.
Yeah, you ran in the wrong way. You like one of Brian North's girls running. You ran into the couch. All right, we're back with you after this.
This is Dr. Phil Perdue with Orthopedics East and Sports Medicine Center. My colleagues and I recognize how difficult this time is for everyone in our community. We continue to see patients during the week while taking precautions to keep everyone safe. Our extended care clinic is now open on Saturdays and Sundays from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. so you can avoid the emergency department for your urgent orthopedic care. For more information, please contact us at 757-2663 or visit our website at orthoeast.com.
On Saturdays, your team needs you, your sofa needs you, and you need a Jersey Mike's sub. Get it all with free Saturday delivery when you order through the Jersey Mike's app. Jersey Mike's, a sub above. This Saturday, while you watch the game at home, we're watching the grill at Jersey Mike's. Order through the Jersey Mike's app for free delivery on Saturdays, unless you're going to miss hearing this. Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
Hey Pirate Nation, this is Tom Brown from Brown & Wood Buick GMC Truck. We've been serving the Pirate Nation in Eastern North Carolina for 83 years. We have 4 brands, 3 generations, 2 showrooms, and 1 goal to make sure you leave a happy customer.
This month at Brown & Wood, get a 2021 GMC Sierra 1500. Save up to $3,000 off. And as always, Brown & Wood is the home of the lifetime powertrain warranty.
We're located on Greenville Boulevard next to the Convention Center, or shop us online at brownandwoodauto.com.
When a storm hits, you can count on Greenville Utilities. They put their emergency storm plan into action to restore power as quickly and safely as possible. If you experience an outage, call them toll-free at 1-855-767-2482. The automated hotline can handle a large number of calls at once, virtually eliminating busy signals, so help can be on the way as fast as possible. Remember, GUC's emergency hotline number is 1-855-767-2482.
This is former ECU football player Bryce Williams, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Well, welcome back. Watch all of Pirate Radio's local programming on YouTube Live. Go to YouTube, search for Pirate Radio TV, and you can watch Pirate Radio Live Monday through Friday, 3 to 6 p.m., and the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, and the U.S. Cellular Fifth Quarter on game days. Just go to YouTube, search Pirate Radio TV, and click on the subscribe button. Now back to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
All right. That was appropriate that we heard the Bryce Williams line coming back in the show.
Did he text you to find out where the game is on TV?
3:02. I got the text, the weekly text. What channel is the game on? Chandler, you got a call from a family member before we went on the air today.
Yeah.
And you say your mom?
It was my mother.
And you said, my mom's like Bryce Williams.
Yeah. She is.
What channel is the game on?
She really is. It's every single week, and it's usually right before we do the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. She calls or texts and says, hey, where's the channel? Can I watch it? Do these people not know that they can search it on their phone?
Yeah.
Well, I think the line you used was, it's the same thing at home.
Yeah. Well, she said, my parents own a restaurant, And
okay.
They today on Saturdays they open at 4. Games at 3:30. So she'll be there prepping and doing that kind of stuff. So, and we have DirecTV at the restaurant like we do at home. So I said it's going to be the same channel as it is at home. So,
how about Alabama, Arkansas over 13 first quarter?
Over 13.
Sounds like a winner.
The total?
Yeah. That's a winner. Lock it in.
Arkansas plus 21.
East Carolina is a 3.5-point favorite against Navy today. And let's make our fantasy picks and predictions, starting with our fantasy picks. And Tyler Snead did all the work, but I was the winner last week. Thanks to Tyler Snead. I probably shouldn't take credit for him actually like doing all that stuff on the field. I will stick with Tyler Snead today against the Navy midshipmen. Should I say this before? Do you remember who had the big play offensively for the Pirates last year against Navy? I'm looking at blank stares.
Who had the big play?
80 yards.
Rod J. Harris.
80 yards. He did a little Keaton Mitchell impersonation.
Yes, he did.
Against the Navy midshipmen last year. So I'll leave it up to you two, not the rock band with Bono and Edge, but you two people in there to determine who you would like to pick for your fantasy players. You got
ladies first.
You got running backs. You got receivers. You've got tight ends.
We do.
Tight ends.
Ryan James.
I'm gonna. I think that this is the game we've been waiting for Keaton Mitchell to break the 1,000-yard mark. I'm gonna go with Keaton. I'm gonna stick with Keaton.
Charlie going with a historic fantasy pick today.
Correct.
Keaton Mitchell. They stop the game. They present him with the gold ball. All right, I made that up.
I was getting ready to say, if it was here, they might.
They do a full salute. The midshipmen go on the field and shoot their guns in the air.
Oh no!
In honor of Keaton Mitchell.
Hit it for the birds.
Who you got, Chandler?
I was thinking about taking the guy that's coming back after a 2-game hiatus, Josiah Hatfield. But you reminded me that the Pirates do have tight ends, not one but two. They have Calhoun. They have Jones. And Jones with a few big catches last week in Memphis. I think he'll have another few catches for big yards, and he might have a touchdown as well. Give me Ryan Jones.
Ryan Jones last week, 4 for 70. Good numbers from the tight end. He also leads the team in touchdown receptions on the year.
God.
And Chandler says he's going to get another one today.
I think that's been one of the biggest differences with this team, especially offense, is the involvement with the tight ends. And not just having one guy, but having two guys that can really make plays.
Well, we really were concerned going into the year that it would be, all right, what if they take away CJ? You're going to have Tyler, but the underneath passes don't necessarily move the ball down the field. Like, who's going to step up as weapons for this team? I've loved, and we only saw 2 catches Harris last week, 2 catches Mitchell, but still, Mitchell had 40 yards on his 2 catches. So I've loved them getting the running backs involved in the passing game. But you're right, Chandler, that tight end adds a completely different weapon for Holton Ahlers. And last week, 4 for 70 for Jones. Shane Calhoun had 1 catch, but we're seeing them, consistently part of the offense. And sometimes they'll have big catch days. Calhoun had his early in the year. Was it Marshall, maybe?
Yep.
And then Ryan Jones had his big one
Tulane,
here at home against Tulane or Temple, one of those games. They all kind of run together. But look, you give me 4 for 70 for Jones every week, I will take that and run to the bank.
To the bank.
All right, I'm thinking lower scoring today.
Just,
ECU.
Pound it football.
23. Navy. 19.
Wow.
It's a weird number.
Wow.
But I wanted it to be more than 3.5. So East Carolina 23, Navy 19. Shirley.
ECU 31, Navy 21.
Okay. And Chandler.
Pirates 25.
That's a weird number, too. I like it.
Weird score 30.
Come on, give me another weird number.
Let's see. Pirates 25. And then Navy 18.
Yeah. Yeah, buddy.
Come on, baby. Weird score series.
Weird score series. You don't see a lot of 25ers or a lot of 18ers, but we will
Don't
today.
see a lot of teeny boppers.
Oh, you're a little teeny bopper today.
I'm a little teeny bopper.
So am I. 19, 18. Shirley going with the over.
I'm legal.
Shirley's drinking. If you hear that holiday spot that runs on Pirate Radio, Shirley sounds like a pure tea drunk.
'Tis the season to be drinking.
All right. Thank y'all.
I really don't like singing, by the way.
Thank y'all for tuning in today. Just got another text from a moron. I hope he's not listening. Asking, how do I watch the game? First, I'm going to say with your eyes.
Please tell me you're sending that to Bryce.
No.
Because that would be hilarious.
Bryce did ask the question, what channel, I think. He said, yeah, what channel? So, all right. Thank you to...
I would like to buy a vowel.
Thank you to you for tuning in. Thank you to you for being on Netflix. Sorry. Y'all watch You?
No.
All right.
I know what it is.
All right, moving on.
Let's move on.
I have been told I can't tell you how many times somebody has said you need to watch that show.
It's pretty good. I struggle wrapping up a show. Goodbyes are tough, you know?
You're not good with goodbyes.
I'm not good with goodbyes. We'll see you after the game on the U.S. Sailor 5th Quarter Call-In Show. Thanks to Parker's for the awesome pregame meal. In fact, I'll go ahead and call it a game meal and a post-game meal because there's more back there for me to munch on. Thanks to Parker's Barbecue. And thank you for watching and listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. We'll see you after the game on the U.S. Sailor 5th Quarter Call-In Show. Go Perks.
You've been listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates. Stay tuned and join us after the game for a complete recap and your phone calls on the U.S. Cellular 5th Quarter Call-In Show, right here